Welcome, ghouls and ghosts and goblins and any other sort of frightful being.
I crawled from my crypt this morn to
Oh,
bring tales of terror.
I exited from the squalid swamp from which I spawned.
The squalid swamp.
Yeah, from which I spawned. To deliver to you the spookiest Halloweeny news I could conjure up. Ooh!
We've come to hallow your weens and frighten your pants off.
And other pieces of cloth, perhaps, also.
I hope your spoopy bones are ready to be tingled.
Ready to be tickled.
Wah.
Where's the spoopy bone located?
All the bones are spoopy bones
Tonight,
when you're
then.
a Skellington. Hello, Glidus.
G'day, how you going?
Not bad as you.
I should, hello, old Spooky X.
And Frightus. We are gonna talk about some of our favorite scary bits in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Because, as it turns out, while you may think of George R.R. Martin as a fantasy author, if you know a bit of his older work, a science fiction author, he's a horror author, through and through, deep to the bone.
He's written some truly upsetting stuff in stuff like the Corpse Handler series,
Night Flyers,
Night Flyers,
A Thousand Worlds in general.
What's that one in like the swamp, Greywater Station?
Yeah, Men of Greywater Station.
The pear-shaped man.
The pear-shaped man, oh my god.
Any pear heads in the audience
Pear heads
today?
in the chat.
There's an anthology, a retrospective anthology called George R.R. Martin R.R. Retrospective, and it's got a lot of these weird old short stories. And yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, like George Martin's, he's a tingler, you know?
Yeah.
He's a
He knows how to tickle the spoopy bone.
He tickles all the spoopy bones, and I think that what's cool about A Song of Ice and Fire is that it is it's a real genre milkshake.
Absolutely.
He's just thrown everything at the wall, and then we're just licking these delicious genres off the wall, and we can taste the snozzberries.
Hold on. How are you consuming milkshakes? Usually, do you lick them off wall?
Well, yeah, that's how you get all the flavors.
I suppose if you want
get
the
the
lead
full
paint flavor
experience.
to permeate your milkshake, sure.
It tastes like lead snozzberries. So I think it's cool that there's like A Song of Ice and Fire is like this semi-serious political historical drama, and then occasionally the characters just wander into like a carnival haunted house, like Daenerys going into the house of the Undying.
I'm here in my political machinations where I've got my metaphorical nuclear bomb that's been stolen, and they're gonna try to proliferate it, and I have to walk into the fucking haunted house.
Yeah, it's like like you know, Miranese nod and historical parallelism is cool, but like, what if we like took drugs and had scary boogans jump out of the doors and go wah 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 at you, and then it's like, you ever play that Xbox game Grabbed by the Ghoulies?
I'm aware of it.
I would argue that Daenerys' journey in the House of the Undying is tonally and thematically indistinguishable from the 2004 video game Grabbed by the Ghoulies. You are familiar with Grabbed by the Ghoulies?
Yeah, I'm aware of it. Isn't it? I might be misspeaking here, but that's a oh god, what's the composer's name? Grant Kirkhope. I think he did that one. It's Rareware, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Of course I'm aware of Grabbed by the Ghoulies. What a hilarious pun.
It's like it comes from the school of like Ratchet and Clank,
The Ghoulies
video
school.
game titles, which are all
Up your arsenal.
yeah,
Like sort of like barely veiled inappropriate puns
they're all
that 10-year-olds are gonna
inappropriate.
giggle at in the schoolyard.
Like that was of an era, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
When like children's video games had like butthole puns and ghouly puns. I feel like they don't do that as much
No, I think
anymore.
South Park killed it.
They
with,
riot.
with the fractured butthole.
The fractured but whole. There was no
There's no coming back from
outdoing
that. Yeah, we have to move on from that.
Yeah.
And we have to move on from this
Oh,
conversation and talk about how George integrates his horror elements into A Song of Ice and Fire.
yeah. How does he do that? I think that I mean George is very interested in dreams and hopes and ambitions, and I suppose horror is like the other side of that coin. You know, like people have their desires and their dreams and their wants, and the horror.
Their fears, their nightmares, the things that they wish not to happen.
Yeah. And so a lot of characters like pass through these scary places, like Bran passing through the scary night fort, like going through the closet into Narnia.
Yeah. It's a
is-
trial.
It's a trial. And I think that I guess it's also a warning of like what you can become, you know, because like Catelyn becomes the horrific Stoneheart, and somebody becomes the scary Cold Hands, and it's like the cautionary tale of like, you know, what you might become if you pass through the veil, and if you're transformed, you might become, you know, a ghoul.
Something other. An other. Because, like, we have all our theories about what the others are. And like,
Yeah.
it seems that in some way they are formed by humans who have gone beyond the veil.
And the whites, of course, the zombies,
They
which
are
are
humans,
very
undead
literally
humans.
people. So I guess that's part of what makes the horror interesting, is that it's not just what if there was a scary monster, it's what if we become the
Yeah.
scary monster?
What if-
the
what if
scary
I'm-
monster is within?
What if the terrifying thing I'm confronted with is just myself in a different evaluation?
Yeah. And that's the difference, I think, between just silly monsters and like something that's about the human heart, which of course is what George is interested in, and of course the way that it connects to the politics and the world. Like I've definitely talked about before how poor Quentin is one of my favorite Ice and Fire commentators, and poor Quentin talks about how Harrenhal is like this perfect intersection between the political and the supernatural,
Yeah.
and how Harrenhal is like, you know, King Harrenhal wanted to build this empire and have this fortification in this very like political material sense.
Also a monument to his ego.
Yeah, and through the horror of the people he enslaved to build it, and through the horror of Aegon the Conqueror burning Harrenhal, it becomes this supernaturally endowed place, you know, that's meant to be haunted by ghosts and ghouls and flaming ghosts and such. But what Arya discovers when she's there is, yeah, no, the horror is like Armory Lodge.
Yeah, the horror.
The horror is Gregor Clegane.
Yeah, humans, people, men doing things that they were told to do by horrible, cruel politicians.
And it's like the political forces endow the physical space with a supernatural evil. And Harrenhal, of course, is right next to the Isle of Faces, which is like the center of the old gods. And so, like, I just all those overlapping feelings of the supernatural and the political and the mundane and the magical is part of what makes Ice and Fire so special.
And it's very gothic horror as well, because it's about the decay. It's about the presence and the haunting of something that was.
Yeah.
And that's what the Isle of Faces is. It's what Harrenhal is. It's what Lady Stoneheart is.
You know that, what's that word, like thalassophobia?
Yeah.
Like the fear of deep water. I feel like there's a sort of a time, an ancient history form of thalassophobia, chronophobia, like the sense of like looking at the ancient past and getting a sense of vertigo.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that George does a lot with like Moat Cailin and with Ashai and with like all these old places where you look at it and
Old
it's like
stones.
old stones, the Hightower Foundation. It's like you look at this and it's like, oh, there were beings older and greater than us.
And that taps into his love and reverence for Lovecraft,
Yeah.
who like is all about the cosmic horror of deep past and unknowable, unthinkable, like literally unthinkable concepts.
Yeah.
The sorts of things that if you try to conceive of, it will make you insane.
George Martin kind of lampshades his love of Lovecraft a few times when he uses the word cyclopean, to refer to like the ruins of Yeen and the Toadstone in Sithorios and something, because Cyclopean has got to be the most like Lovecraftian coded word that there is. You know, someone says Cyclopean, and they're a fan of Cthulhu. I think I said that I recently watched a movie called Planet of the Vampires, which
That sounds really goofy.
yeah, well, I got to tell you that there are actually 0 vampires in the movie Planet of the
see.
Vampires, which I took it back to Video Easy and tried to get my money back because
Video
I
Easy?
felt that was false advertising. Yeah, I went right back to Blockbuster,
I went back to 2004
slapped the DVD on the shelf, and
and
said,
rented a
"Where's
copy
my
of Grabbed by the
Vampires?"
Ghoulies instead.
But in the movie Planet of the Vampires, the explorers like are on this alien planet and they find this crashed alien ship, this old crashed alien ship, and inside there are these skeletons, these giant skeletons of these alien creatures, much larger, much more technologically advanced than the humans. And they see these skeletons and they're like, "Oh, something killed them. Something." Like, these beings were far older, more powerful, and greater than ourselves, and something killed them, and we are stranded on this planet with the thing that killed these aliens. And that got ripped off by the later movie Alien by Ridley Scott, which also
Never heard of it.
has the humans going into a crash alien ship and finding the space jockey guy, which is like the dead big alien, and it's exactly the same moment of
Really?
going, oh, something, the xenomorphs killed this big unknown alien creature.
I had no idea. Alien is one of my favorite movies. I had no idea that was ripped off.
Yeah, Alien ripped off a much earlier Italian sci-fi horror movie called Planet of the Vampires, which has no vampires in it. There's your fun fact of the day.
I hope there are more.
I'm full of fun facts. You're not gonna know what to do with all of the fun facts.
I'm gonna have fun with
drop.
them. I think it's pretty easy to figure out what I'm gonna do with
Your
them.
pockets will be overflowing. So, what's my point? My point is that I think that's a similar feeling. That sense of like
Right.
vertigo that you get of looking at the ancient ruins of something far greater than
the
yourself.
sort of, it makes you feel completely insignificant on every dimension you could consider.
And The Wall is one of the strongest examples of
Yeah.
that. No one knows who built the wall or how or when. We just know that there were greater forces in the ancient past beyond our ken, you know?
And George does this with all of his settings. He sets the Thousand Worlds in the interregnum, in the shadow of a great civilization
Yeah,
that has collapsed, and the people living in the current day like can't conceive of the technology required to create that civilization. They don't like it's impossible to consider how this ended. Like, there was a great alien war, but like no one ever talks about the details of it because it's just so unfathomable.
George is not interested in writing about the Golden Age. He's interested in writing about the time that comes after.
Well, that's in a
Golden
certain
Age.
sense, like the Middle Ages of Europe are often considered the Dark Ages. It's sort of a historical simplification in a like unfavorable light. But it is, in some sense, the shadow of a post-Roman Europe, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's how he started A Song of Ice and Fire, wasn't it? By standing on Hadrian's Wall, built by the Romans to keep out the barbarians.
And you can just imagine him feeling that same sense of cosmic insignificance.
Yeah. Living in the aftermath.
Anyway, do you want to talk about some zombies and ghouls and goblins and so on?
Do I ever? Alright. Do you want to talk about Lady Stoneheart?
We should begin with Lady Stoneheart.
So, who's Lady Stoneheart?
Lady Stoneheart. Are you sitting down?
I'm sitting down.
Catelyn Stark dies.
Excuse me?
I know. Towards the end of the third book.
Where's my spoiler warning?
It came with your it came with your bucket hat.
Alright. So, Catelyn is killed at the Red Wedding, which is one of the most memorable, scary, shocking, powerful moments in this whole ass story. And in the TV show, she stays dead, but in the books, she gets resurrected by Beric Dondarrion. I don't know why Beric Dondarrion resurrects Lady Stoneheart.
I don't think we're supposed to really have a... Maybe we're not supposed to know.
Maybe we're not supposed to understand.
Fucking hell.
But he does do that And then Catelyn decides to murder everybody whoever pissed her off, which is every Frey
Yep.
and every Lannister. And she's also very cross with Jaime and Brienne because she wanted to get Sansa and Arya back and she didn't. So she hangs Brienne and Podrick Payne at the end of the latest book and lures Jaime and seems to want to hang him too. And I'm going to read a description of how Stoneheart appears. It's the epilogue of
Please
the Storm
do.
of Swords, the very
Please
end
do.
of the third book, which gives us a Frey perspective, a unique Frey POV. Merritt Frey, who's going off to treat, and he ends up getting captured by Stoneheart's Brotherhood. So the description, when we first are introduced to Lady Stoneheart: her cloak and collar hid the gash his brother's blade had made, but her face was even worse than he remembered. The flesh had gone pudding soft in the water and turned the color of curdled milk. Half her hair was gone, and the rest had turned as white and brittle as a crone's. Beneath her ravaged scalp, her face was shredded skin and black blood where she had raked herself with her nails. But her eyes were the most terrible thing. Her eyes saw him, and they hated. and it's pretty scary.
Yeah, pretty spooky.
It's pretty scary. And I think the point is that, Catelyn, we had her POV for
Yep.
all those chapters.
We were there when she raked her nails
Yeah.
against her face.
And Catelyn did struggle with feelings of like anger and hatred throughout her campaign, trying to support her son Robb. And she mostly resisted those feelings of wanting violence and vengeance.
Yeah, people go on about, Catelyn's emotional state, but, like, given all of the things she went through, she's remarkably stable.
Yeah, she's mostly pretty restrained. But it seems that what's happened after her resurrection is that she's just fully embraced that anger and that hatred. And it's like, it feels like the consequence of her experiences. It feels like the consequence of what the Freys did to her and what was done to her family and losing her children and losing Ned. And so again, it's like those political forces and those political ambitions have produced something spiritually wrong, something supernatural and malignant.
It's
and
like she's the heart of vengeance. That's all that she is now. She's like the love that restrained her previously has gone away because she's been given this half-life, because Beric Dondarrion, like, he didn't have a full life to give her, right? That's how I think of it, at least.
Yeah, she's just I don't think it's Catelyn anymore. I think that's why she's got a new name, Lady Stoneheart. Like George puts a lot of thought into names and identities, and I think that she's lost her identity as Catelyn, and now she's just this echo, just this specter, just this memory of anger.
It's the ghost of her hatred.
Yeah, which, I mean, one of my complaints with the Game of Thrones show was that, Arya murdered every Frey.
No, it's really cool when she does that, actually.
And it's framed as like a cool thing when she does this like massacre, which always bothered me because I don't think George is like a pro massacre kind of a
No,
guy.
I don't get that feeling from him.
I don't think the moral of the story is that massacres for vengeance are what heroes should do. So I think that Stoneheart embodies the evil of that kind of vengeance. And so I'm so curious to see how it's resolved between her and Jaime and Brienne and Podrick.
And the other people that Catelyn had hang-ups about, like Jon Snow and Theon Greyjoy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've speculated before about whether Stoneheart could ever meet Jon Snow.
It sounds like an extraordinarily juicy setting, right?
Extraordinarily juicy, but like
Logistically, it's a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, once you've turned someone into a corpse, it's kind of they don't keep well unless they've been well salted, So I don't expect her doing a lot of traveling.
Well, both her and Jon Snow are dead.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I mean, I think Jon's going to be better preserved.
So is Theon, in a sense.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. There are many like walking corpses in this story in like
Yeah.
several different ways. And I guess one of the questions is like, can you return from that? You know, because Beric's story is almost partly about the impossibility of
Of
resurrection
life. Yeah.
and coming back. Because like the moral of this story is not going to be you get to live forever if you're important and cool. You know, the moral of the story is not if you really believe you can bring your mother back to life or bring Ned back to life. Like, I mean, that was one of the lines that was done really well between Arya and Beric when they're talking about you can't bring everyone back.
Yeah.
You know, like Beric can't bring Ned back to life because Beric isn't really back entirely. So,
And then in season 6, when Melisandre brings Jon Snow back to life, it's fine. Everything's fine, actually.
everything's fine actually, and they just don't talk about the fact that Jon was dead. They just kind of ignore it. It doesn't seem important. Here's the description of Lady Stoneheart in the 4th book of Feast for Crows when Brienne encounters her. Lady Stoneheart lowered her hood and unwound the grey wool scarf from her face. Her hair was dry and brittle, white as bone. Her brow was mottled green and grey, spotted with brown blooms of decay. The flesh of her face clung in ragged strips from her eyes down to her jaw. Some of the rips were crusted with dried blood, but others gaped open to reveal the skull beneath. Like, it's really over the top.
Yeah.
Like, it's so icky. Can you imagine if they got Michelle Fairley to do this?
Oh, it would have been fantastic.
I would have watched the hell out of that. But, yeah, they didn't include it in the show. All right, well, that's Lady Stoneheart.
That's Lady Stoneheart. Shall we pull up the tier list portion of the tier list stream that we're doing?
Yeah, I think that we are ostensibly ranking these spooky things. So are we ranking them by just how spooky they are and how much we like them as a thing? Is that...
sorry, we've already got Roose Booten on there.
We've already got Roose Booten.
I think we should just go by how spooky they are.
I think Lady Stoneheart is very... Well...
We might have to leave room. Like, perhaps she is
yeah.
S tier spooky, S for spooky.
I think, look, Lady Stoneheart's powerful because we know Catelyn so well.
If this zombie came out of nowhere in the story and we were just presented with a ghoul with a rotting face and like pallid skin peeling off her because she's been waterlogged, like, and it's just come from nowhere in the story with like no context as to who this was and why we should care about them, it wouldn't be anywhere near as spooky.
Yeah, but it's Catelyn, and we were there at the Red Wedding. And seeing her specifically through Merritt Frey's eyes, who's about to be hanged by her, and seeing her through Brienne's eyes, who's also about to be hanged by her, is so powerful.
Yeah.
I think
It just makes you wonder, like, is she still thinking, if she does have thoughts the way a human does still, is she still thinking, not my hair, Ned loves my hair? Is like the last moments of her life constantly replaying and through her head?
Yeah.
Is that all she sees? Is she always just seeing her son being murdered?
Yeah, God, maybe. I mean, it seems to exist on a spectrum, doesn't it? Because Beric Dondarrion is like fairly human,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
he talks about how he doesn't have his memories of being Beric anymore. He just has his like mission. He just has like the present. And so I guess Stoneheart might be similar. I mean, she seems more far gone than Beric.
But she's inherited like one of Catelyn's missions.
Yeah.
The hateful, vengeful one.
Yeah. So what's Jon Snow gonna be like when he's back?
He's done fighting.
I don't want it.
I hope that he's also ghoulish and terrifying, honestly.
Yeah.
At least to begin with. I think we have to leave Lady Stoneheart in the A tier. A for with room to move her up to S for spooky later on if we don't find anyone spookier.
All right, deal.
Who's next?
Let's talk about Cold Hands.
The next ghoul on the block.
The next ghoul in this school is Cold Hands.
Cold Hands.
So, how do we meet Cold Hands? Sam and Gilly and a baby are fleeing south towards the wall, and they almost get murdered by the dead when they're suddenly rescued by
a
cold hands.
mysterious figure on a giant elk.
A great elk.
A great elk.
I like this. I feel like this is one of the most well-known Cold Hands fan arts by Zippo514, and I love it a lot. But I feel like the glowing blue hand, it's cool, but I feel like it confuses people.
It's a bit Warcraft.
I've also seen some glowing blue eye fan arts of Cold Hands, which I think also gives the wrong idea because it makes him look like he's a White Walker-y white, which isn't the case in the books.
I think that the best fan art of Cold Hands ever made is the one we made, where he's sharing a womb with Giles Rosby.
Yeah, no, that's true. Let's leave that one up there.
Yeah.
And a reminder that you can get this on a T-shirt or an art print at the links in the description.
I mean, let's be completely fair here. You drew... Or was that was you, right? Yeah, you drew this.
I drew that womb.
Yeah. You drew blue eyes for Cold Hands. You did that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
you know,
I'm guilty of what I said.
let he, free of sin, cast the first blue eye. You can see his giant elk in the background.
So when he encounters Sam, he's described as a man muffled head to heels in mottled blacks and greys, sitting astride an elk. And so so he rides up on the elk and says, "Get in, loser, we're going shopping." And, quote, only when he grasped the offered hand did Sam realize that the rider wore no glove. His hand was black and cold, with fingers hard as stone. And so I think, like, the zombies in the books, I think all of them have black hands and feet. The idea being that their blood has pooled and coagulated in their hands and feet, and so they're pale but with black hands and feet. Which I don't remember seeing that in any other zombie story. Is that it's a cool idea?
Yeah, it is.
Which they didn't do in the TV show.
No, they're just sort of... It's interesting, the white design, as Game of Thrones progresses.
Yeah.
Because they're just like humans with makeup on in the first season.
Yeah.
And then by season 8, they're skeletons. They're Halloween decorations.
Which makes some kind of sense that, like, the zombies that are more broken down by time are more skeletal. I mean, it's like the Walking Dead thing, isn't it?
The whites we saw in season 1 were like recently raised corpses who had recently died.
Yeah.
So it does make sense that they would be mostly human looking still.
Yeah. And I think that both, like, are scary and fine. One of the funny choices in the Game of Thrones show was the sort of, like, tinkling noises, for want of a better word. Like, the sound effect that was associated with the zombies in the TV show is this kind of, like, jangly sort of sound. And I'm like, why is this the sound of the whites? Why do they sound like that? Like they play that sound whenever, like, a white gets killed, and they just sort of disintegrate. Yeah, it's almost like that. It's almost like a spooky skeleton xylophone type sound, which is a bit comical and a bit goofy. I mean, it's a bit like remember that clip of, like, George Lucas in the making of the Clone Wars, and he's talking about, like, the battle droids and how the battle droids are just useless and they get killed instantly. And then Mr. Plinkett is like, wow, like, what's the point of these, like, bad guys that are so unthreatening?
I mean, you talk about whites with the Star Wars comparison. Like, Arya Stark destroys the droid control center by stabbing the Night King, and they all instantly collapse. And it's like, well, okay, cool. What a threatening army.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the zombies in Game of Thrones just became as unthreatening as those battle droids in Star Wars. Because none of the heroes seem to have any trouble killing them by the thousands. They just wanted to increase the scale, but to the point of it just not having much weight. So
Cold Hands
accompanies Sam and Gilly down to the wall, and then Cold Hands meets Bran and Jojen and Mira.
It's an extraordinarily efficient, like, relay handoff pickup mission.
Yeah, he's like a valet Uber driver type person who just ferries people. I mean, he's a ferryman. He's like an undead ferryman.
He is. He's actually, that's a great comparison. He's a lot like Charon of the Styx.
Yeah.
In Greek mythology.
He's a psychopomp.
Beg your pardon?
Cold Hands the psychopomp.
Oh,
That's a word for someone who takes people to the land of the dead and back and forth and such.
A psychopomp.
A psychopomp.
Radio.
Because he ferries Bran, like, you know, he passes through the wall, through the veil, and then he's taken into the land of the dead where the zombies are spooking around.
It is true. He does basically deliver people to and from hell.
Yeah, and so Bran has some reservations about this. The ranger sat astride his broad back, grim and silent. Cold Hands was the name that the fat boy Sam had given him, for though the ranger's face was pale, his hands were black and hard as iron, and cold as iron too. The rest of him was wrapped in layers of wool and boiled leather and ringmail, his features shadowed by his hooded cloak, and a black woolen scarf about the lower half of his face. The direwolf Summer did not like the way that Cold Hands smelled. Dead meat, dry blood, a faint whiff of rot, and cold over all. Bran found himself remembering the tales that old Nan had told him when he was a babe. Beyond the wall, the monsters live, the giants and the ghouls, the stalking shadows and the dead that walk, she would say, tucking him in beneath his scratchy woolen blanket. But they cannot pass so long as the wall stands strong, and the men of the Night's Watch are true. Go to sleep, my little Brandon, my baby boy, and dream sweet dreams. There are no monsters here. The ranger wore the black of the Night's Watch, but what if he was not a man at all? What if Cold Hands was some monster, taking them to the other monsters to be devoured?
All rational thoughts from a 10-year-old. Oh, he's 8 there, isn't he?
Well, Bran's on the money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bran's on the money because, like, we don't know exactly what Bloodraven's intentions are and the Children of the Forest and exactly what they want with Bran, but some people theorize that Bloodraven wants to, like, steal Bran's body or steal Bran's power, or, you know, at least the Children of the Forest probably want to plug Bran into a tree like Bloodraven and keep him there forever, which Bran doesn't want.
What most people can agree on is that Bran is going to that cave to lose his humanity.
Because he's passed through the veil. He's ridden the ferryman to the land of the dead. And can you return? Can you come back unchanged? The Game of Thrones TV show over and over, it sort of gestured at the right idea. It just didn't, like...
Never commits.
It didn't quite commit, and it didn't quite do the work to justify it. Because, like, the idea of Bran kind of losing his personality makes some sense to me. Like, as a result of becoming this magical, powerful, timeless being,
Yeah.
like, he loses some of his identity. Like, that makes sense. But I just don't think that they achieved it or did the groundwork enough in the TV show for it to land. But
yeah, if you, like, pay close attention to the Bran scenes between seasons 6 and 7, that switch to robot Bran does happen, like, off-screen between the finale of season 6 and the premiere of season 7, when the only thing Bran had learned was that Jon Snow is Lyanna Stark's son. Is like, well, what the fuck does that have to do? Like, why should that turn you into a robot?
Ah, my half-brother's mother was not some woman who I've never met. It was, in fact, a different woman that I had never met. I guess I've now lost my personality.
And it turned out that his half-brother was actually his cousin!
I mean, you know, I guess it's the Hodor hold the door thing. That's more what snaps him.
Yeah,
a
but
bit.
after that, and before season 7, he's still Bran.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like, he has a normal conversation with Mira. He has a normal conversation with Benjen /
Right,
Cold
true,
Hands.
yeah.
Because in the show, Benjen is Cold Hands, which in the books he's not, apparently.
It's so funny that the fandom is still in this state of having that scribble on a manuscript.
Yeah, from how many years? Decades
From how
ago?
many years ago? Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, no, Bran just doesn't make a lot of sense in the TV show. But Cold Hands? Who is Cold Hands?
Well, he's probably not Benjen.
He's probably not Benjen
We've
because
talked
that
about this
manuscript
before in
says.
theory streams, and I've put forward my love for the idea that Cold Hands is the original Night's King
Hmm.
because of how all he refers to himself as a brother of the Night's Watch.
But why does he hide his face?
Why does he hide his face? Is it because he thinks... Is it because the people in our story would recognize him if he didn't?
That's what makes sense to me. Like, why would you hide your face unless it's possible for you to be recognized by the people around you?
Maybe he doesn't have a face.
Well, yeah, maybe he just is hideous because he's an 8,000-year-old zombie and he doesn't want to scare people with his zombie face.
But the effect of the horror is that he's unknown.
Yeah. He could be anyone.
He could be you.
He could be Hellas Mollen.
I doubt that. But he could be Bran.
Yeah. Well, something that I want to talk about is the Black Gate Bran. Should we move to the Night Fort?
We can talk about the Night Fort. For the purposes of this stream, places are people too.
Places are people.
Should we whack the Cold Hands on here for spooky points?
Yeah. I think that Cold Hands is not as powerful and potent as Lady Stoneheart. Just because, we don't know what Cold Hands is or what his deal is or what it's going to add up to.
You could argue that aspect of unknown...
He's evocative.
Yeah, you can imprint whatever fear you want onto him.
I mean,
But the other thing is his utility in the story is helpful. He helps Sam and Gilly, and then he, whatever is going on with Bloodraven and Bran and the cave and the children of the forest, that might not be good, but it is what Bran wanted to do. So he does facilitate the protagonist's desires throughout the story. So he doesn't seem threatening, in a narrative sense.
But I think the ultimate outcome is probably going to be to Bran's detriment. Bran doesn't want to be trapped in the cave with the creepy old tree corpse.
I'm just saying that, in terms of narrative utility, he's helpful. Whereas Lady Stoneheart appears to be an antagonistic force in the narrative.
Yeah, well, as far as zombie friendliness goes, Cold Hands appears to be more friendly than Stoneheart.
And sure, he cannibalizes some Night's Watch brothers, but
haven't we all?
Well, I mean, through the state of our food description live streams, you seem to be more and more on board with that sort of behavior.
Don't knock it till you try it. I reckon that Cold Hands is B.
I think we can put him in B for boo.
Bah! All right, so I think
you want to talk about the Night Fort.
I think that the Night Fort is probably the most spooky haunted house of this entire series, because we see the Night Fort from Bran's perspective, and he's thinking when he's there about old Nan's scary stories, and he's thinking about the nature of stories, and I think Bran's whole arc is about the nature of stories. I mean, you know how George Martin talks about his childhood in Bayonne, New Jersey, and he describes being stuck in this place that felt like nowhere, and he would look out over the water at Manhattan, and he would imagine and dream of all the cool places out there that he'd never get to go, and that is so much like the description of Bran in Book 1 when he's stuck in Winterfell when his legs are broken. And he's staring out the window and he wishes he could be dreaming and doing cool things. Yeah. And he has that dream where he sees all across the world, and it's this sense of longing to go and experience and see new sights. And so Bran is just little George. Little Bran is just little George to me.
Wishing he could go off and become a knight of the King's Guard.
And Bran's fascination with stories is George's fascination with stories. And so, Bran traveling north and passing through the Night Fort, it's like young George, exploring horror and going out and experiencing horror and confronting it and finding out, in what ways is real life like a horror story, and in what ways is real life unlike a horror story, and in what ways is real life more horrifying than any horror story, because it's real,
If only Bran had a box full of little turtles.
If only. So, the Night Fort is full of scary stories. The Night Fort had figured in some of Old Nan's scariest stories.
Ooh.
It was here that Night's King had reigned before his name was wiped from the memory of man. This was where the Rat Cook had served the Andal King his prince and bacon pie, where the 79 sentinels stood their watch, where brave young Danny Flint had been raped and murdered. This was the castle where King Sherrit had called down his curse on the Andals of old, where the Prentice boys had faced the thing that came in the night, where blind Simeon Star Eyes had seen the hellhounds fighting. Mad Axe had once walked these yards and climbed these towers, butchering his brothers in the dark. Woo! So this place is a haunted house.
It's a haunted house.
It is chock full of spookers. And I like how like half of these little stories are low-key connected to the White Walkers.
Yeah.
Because the thing about the thing that came in the night, like it describes how the Prentice boys are like following it in chains. And so it sounds so much like how White Walkers enslave whites. And Simeon Star Eyes, he has sapphires in his eyes, and sapphires are blue. So having like blue star eyes sounds like how the White Walkers have those glowing blue eyes.
There's that photo shoot of the Night King in Game of Thrones with stars for eyes.
Yeah, true.
Actually, let's just pull up the thumbnail because he's there, isn't he? There he is with his eyes.
So there are many connections between the Night Fort and the White Walkers. And, the Night's King, of course, who is said to have married a corpse queen and sacrificed to the others. So it is, of course, very, very suspicious that the biggest and oldest castle on the wall seems to be connected to the White Walkers in lots of different ways.
Every single way. It's so associated with them.
And let's not forget the fundamental weirdness that the wall that's meant to keep the White Walkers out is made of ice, and White Walkers make things out of ice and are made of ice. And it's a bit like, okay, whose idea was this wall thing? What was going on at the Night Fort? And
seemingly no one understands how the wall works in universe.
yeah,
Like everyone's like, it regenerates and it like weeps, but then it's fine. It's been doing that for 8,000 years, and we're not entirely sure why. It's a mystery to mankind, and it's suspicious that no one's talking about it.
and there was a time when they used to add to the height of the wall, but no one's been doing that for like centuries, and it's not really at all plausible that that would be a sensible way to construct this giant thing anyway. So to like what extent, like what really is the origins of this wall, and why is there a secret spooky magic tree gate
That you sacrifice yourself to go through to the other side.
Yeah,
You crawl through its mouth.
you are consumed by the tree, like all of those George Martin stories in which people are consumed by hive minds, eaten by alien organisms that eat their soul. Just like how the weirwoods drink blood sacrifice, and the old gods are made of the souls of the green seers and the souls of the children of the forest. It truly does seem as though you must be eaten by the tree in order to pass through the wall. So yeah, I mean, I am convinced by the general idea that the Night Fort and the wall was built on the basis of some kind of deal or some kind of intention to sacrifice to the White Walkers in a similar way to how Craster does. And I think that's the deadly secret that we're going to discover.
Yeah. And there's a lot of indications in the more recent history of Westeros as well that even up until then, there was... we know that up until the current story, there's spooky shit going on between the Night's Watch, the White Walkers, the Wildlings, and the Wall.
The Night Fort is also the site of the story of the Rat Cook. And so the Rat Cook had cooked the son of the Andal King in a big pie with onions, carrots, mushrooms, lots of pepper and salt, a rasher of bacon, and a dark red Dornish wine.
Very spooky meal.
Then he served the prince and bacon pie to his father, who praised the taste and had a second slice. Afterwards, the gods transformed the cook into a monstrous white rat who could only eat his own young. He had roamed the night fort ever since, devouring his children, but still his hunger was not sated,
It was not murder that the gods cursed him,
old Nan said.
nor for serving the Andal king his son in a pie. A man has a right to vengeance, but he slew a guest beneath his roof, and that the gods cannot forgive.
Ooh. Which is a pretty messed up moral philosophy, really.
Yeah. Oh, you can kill a guy. Yeah. Sure. You can kill his son. That's fine.
You can make someone eat their own child, but not if they're your guest.
Dude, you can't invite someone in and serve them their son as a meal.
And I guess that's connected to that idea of, since the North is such a hostile natural environment, people need to be able to give each other safe refuge.
Well, yeah, it's about the social contract, right?
Yeah, if everyone agrees that you can share your fire and share some food in order to survive together through the winter, then everyone's collectively better off.
But if
you
we can't
break
agree on
rule-
that, then the entire societal structure just falters.
So this is set up for the Red Wedding.
Yeah.
The horror of guest right, the evil of guest right, is drilled into us before the Red Wedding happens, and that's part of why Lady Stoneheart is so pissed off. It's what I said before about like that vertigo of ancient history. This is an old evil. This is thousands-year-old evil, and here it is rearing its head again at the Red Wedding, all these years later, bringing that old evil into the present. And it's like, oh, we should not have done that. Maybe, shouldn't have done
Ooh.
that.
Do you think that the gods are going to transform Walder Frey into a white rat?
Oh,
and
that
he's
would be
gonna eat all
awesome.
his sons?
That would be awesome. Look, I mean, it would be possible because old
He has
gods.
a lot of sons.
Like, what if Lady Stoneheart gets Walder Frey killed before a weirwood tree, and we get a Walder Frey POV as
my
his
God.
soul gets set loose, just like Varamir in A Dance with Dragons, and Walder Frey's soul goes inside a rat through the magic of the old gods, and then he does have to eat all of his own murdered Frey children, of which there are many. That actually would be great. I think that should happen.
I think we put too much stock in the average human's ability to go soul searching for an animal to hitchhike on after death.
You say that, but like from Varamir's perspective, like it seems like you just naturally go into the tree whether you like it or not.
I don't know. Varamir was a powerful skin changer.
Yeah, but well, yeah. Look, I mean, my interpretation was always that you don't need to be a skin changer for your soul to go into the weirwood trees when you die. Like,
Okay, that
I
makes
feel
sense.
like this, like I might
Into
be
the
wrong.
weirwood. The weirwood wants your soul.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like Slanesh. It's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Slanesh wants to eat your soul when you die. The weirwoods want to eat your soul
But the
when you
rat
die.
doesn't want to have an extra soul in it, I'm imagining.
Well, yes, the rat
Like, doesn't
probably-
Varamir face great resistance when he tries to enter the soul of his beasts? The
Yeah.
body of his beasts?
Yeah, no, you're right.
And I don't think that a person who isn't a skin changer would be able to overcome a wild animal's soul.
I think you're right. However, I
This is
think
fan fiction.
it would be
though.
cool if like the old gods or like a green sea or like Bloodraven intervened and like put
Let him
his
in.
soul into an animal as a prank. As a prank.
Rank.
I think that'd be great.
That does sound like fun.
That was only a story, though. Bran was just scaring himself. There was no thing that comes in the night. Maester Luwin had said so. If there had ever been such a thing, it was gone from the world now, like giants and dragons. It's nothing, Bran thought.
It's so funny because giants and dragons both currently exist.
They both currently exist. I always love
And they're coming for him.
There's such a wonderful back and forth between like belief and skepticism in this series,
yeah.
which I think is unusual for a fantasy story. You know, like a fantasy story that's got dragons and zombies running around usually doesn't have characters going, "Hey, magic isn't real."
That's
Don't be
all
silly."
tosh, isn't it?
That's all
I really
tosh.
do love that we have this world where it is stipulated the Citadel is aware that the world is a globe.
Yeah.
Like they're not,
Yeah.
they understand shit, but
Yeah.
they like deny other obvious facts about their world, like magic,
Yeah. Yeah, and I think
because it
this
doesn't fit in with their worldview.
I think this reflects George's like real desire to believe in stories, in dreams, in horrors, in beauties, and it's this very real interplay that we all have between what we wish to be true and what is true, and what we fear may be true and what is true. So, but there might be other ghosts in the Night Fort, ones even more terrible. He remembered what Old Nan had said of Mad Axe, how he took his boots off and prowled the castle halls barefoot in the dark, with never a sound to tell you where he was, except for the drops of blood that fell from his axe and his elbows and the end of his wet red beard.
Classic.
Or maybe it wasn't Mad Axe at all. Maybe it was the thing that came in the night. The Prentice boys all saw it, Old Nan said. But afterward, when they told their Lord Commander, every description had been different.
And 3 died within the year, and the 4th went mad, and 100 years later, when the thing had come again, the Prentice boys were seen shambling along behind it, all in chains.
I mean, that's a White Walker with zombies,
Yep.
isn't it?
Yep, he turned those dudes into zombies.
So Bran descends into the Night Fort, and for some reason the Black Gate is hidden, like, down a well behind the kitchens. Which is like, does that mean that when the Night Fort was built, the Black Gate was, like, intended to be, like, hidden and concealed from the beginning? Or was the Black Gate not originally hidden?
Yeah, was the Night Fort built on top of it?
Yeah, and did they later decide to sort of bury and conceal the Black Gate?
The kitchen is a conspicuous place to put your sacrificial altar gate,
True.
temple thing.
Are you cooking your sacrifices before you give them to the
just,
tree?
it's just a convenient place to take the offering,
Meat.
the kitchen. Yeah, it's all meat, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. Men as meat. I think that in a story about humanizing and dehumanizing, like the evil of dehumanization is, I think, at the core of this series, and turning men into meat is the greatest sin in this world on like multiple levels. Like using people as meat in the sense of sending your peasants off to die in war, and turning men into meat in the sense of cannibalism, and turning men into meat in the ways that, you know, people are used, all the different ways that people are used.
Yeah.
That is the evil in this
It, like-
world. Slavery, obviously.
And then the greatest extent is literal puppetry
Yeah.
of taking over people's bodies, which George has written about a lot.
Yeah. A kind of making it literal as a kind of allegory to symbolize the real evils of control and exploitation. So they see the Black Gate. The Black Gate, Sam had called it, but it wasn't black at all. It was white weirwood, and there was a face on it. A glow came from the wood, like milk and moonlight, so faint it scarcely seemed to touch anything beyond the door itself, not even Sam standing right before it. The face was old and pale, wrinkled and shrunken.
It looks dead.
Its mouth was closed, and its eyes. Its cheeks were sunken, its brow withered, its chin sagging.
If a man could live for 1,000 years and never die, but just grow older, his face might come to look like that.
The door opened its eyes. They were white too, and blind. "Who are you?" the door asked, and the well whispered.
Who?
And then Sam recites the Night's Watch vow.
I am the sword in the darkness. I am the what?
That's my Sam Tarley.
I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers. I am the shield that guards the realm of men.
Oh.
Then pass, the door said. Its lips opened, wide and wider and wider still, until nothing at all remained but a great gaping mouth in a ring of wrinkles. And as Bran passes through the black gate, the door's upper lip brushed softly against the top of Bran's head, and a drop of water fell on him and ran slowly down his nose. It was strangely warm and salty as a tear.
What an evocative, thought-provoking passage.
It's one of the strangest, most supernatural moments in the entire series, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
What on earth is the Black Gate?
What's going on here? The single drop of water hitting his forehead and going down his face, that's a baptism, right?
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, it's Bran becoming something new.
There's so much different, almost conflicting religious iconography going on here.
Is it death? Is it life? Is it empowerment? Is it being consumed?
Is it indoctrination?
Yeah, no, it's all those things. It definitely tells you that the weirwoods, and then probably the Children of the Forest and the Old Gods, were fundamental to the construction of the wall.
Yeah, if this thing is at the base of it.
Yeah.
If the tear water... I mean, it is the Old Gods crying, right? Because they are a desperate, dying, fateful idea.
Well, are the Old Gods dying? I mean, I guess, that the most of the weirwoods were chopped down when the Andals came.
Dying in like a cosmic, generational sense, not like at this moment.
Yeah.
Dying in the way that civilizations die over centuries and millennia. And then it's salty, so like there's a mechanical component to this as well. Like George, he's so effortlessly weaves. I mean, it appears effortless. I'm sure it takes a shitload of effort.
Well, it doesn't appear effortless.
Sometimes
When you read his blog posts about the Winds of Winter, it's
but
not
when you
so
read
effortless.
that book, it seems effortless.
Oh yeah.
When we all you remember reading The Winds of Winter?
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, awesome book.
Oh, fantastic.
Like he weaves all that emotional and societal and philosophical imagery and religious iconography in with like a mechanical narrative thing about the world. It's everything at once. Because like, what does it mean? Why is it salty? What's going on there?
I think that a common interpretation is that it's a tear, and so we imagine that perhaps someone's crying, someone's upset, and maybe that person is Bran, because we know that Bran can travel through time through the weirwoods. Like we've seen Bran see Ned Stark and talk to him. So if like Bran can speak through the trees, maybe Bran can cry through the trees.
They do have eyes and a mouth. That is the two things they have.
And so maybe what we're seeing is Bran from the future, seeing Bran losing his innocence, losing himself, and passing irreversibly through the doors
weeping for his
to
lost
hell.
innocence.
Yeah.
Weeping for the life he could have had.
Which is so powerful, like seeing the person who you used to be, mourning the person who you used to be at the very moment when you made a choice that you couldn't undo. I think that's really powerful.
Completely lacking the knowledge of the gravitas associated with what you're about to do.
I am partial to the idea that the faces in the weirwoods, like some of them might actually be actual physical human greenseers or Children of the Forest greenseers who were like physically merged into the tree, because we see that happening to Bloodraven. Like Bloodraven is physically like melting into the tree, and maybe in another 100 years Bloodraven's face will be like subsumed into the wood, subsumed into the tree,
indistinguishable from it.
And
like that's the way to become eternal, because there's indications that weirwoods do not die by natural cause.
And so if Bran becomes a greenseer, becomes a face in a weirwood tree through some time travel shenanigans, maybe the Black Gate is Bran's face, and in some sense Bran is eating himself like an Ouroboros.
Yucky. Spooky, more to the point.
I guess the salty tear, like maybe that's also like melting ice from the wall.
Yeah, that's like the mechanical portion of it.
Because normally the weirwoods are crying blood, crying sap, but this is a salty water tear.
Which is
Tis
strange.
very curious. Tis very curious. And it's so funny that like the Game of Thrones TV show says, "Oh yeah, we're going through the Black Gate. The Black Gate. It's like it's a gate.
It's a gate.
Oh, you're not
Calling it the Black Gate.
You don't get to see it. We're taking the magic out.
They took the magic out.
Why is it called the Black Gate? Why is it called the Black Gate, D&D?
David, tell me.
Because they don't recite the vow to it or anything, do they? It's just a gate.
Yeah, it's just a gate.
So why is it? What's the point?
It is interesting that by taking the magic out of the story, they took the magic out of the story. Like, you know what I mean? By literally removing the magic from the story, they remove the metaphorical magic. You know, the heart, the soul, the beauty, all the evocative color of the story. They took it out. They took the magic out.
So what's the point?
Well, they made so much money.
And they got that Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah.
That amazing
Oh, I
Dan
rewatched
and
it
Dave
recently.
Star
It's
Wars
great.
trilogy. Every rewatch it gets better.
I also watched their Civil War show recently. What
What-
great
oh.
political takes.
Such thoughtful takes on such sensitive political issues.
Who thought that? Actually, I knew they were capable of it because I watched Game of Thrones. Yeah, just leave that there up in S tier for spooky.
I think that the Night Fort is like the ground zero of all spookiness in this continent and in Bran's story. So I think it belongs in S.
I think you could have an argument for Harrenhal or other. There's spooky shit everywhere. But the Night Fort does have this ancient feeling. Like, Harrenhal's old, but the Night Fort is old.
Yeah.
It's like planetary old. Like, as far back as the history of this thing goes, the Night Fort has been there, and it's been spooky.
And it's kind of the result of similar sins, because Harrenhal is the result of King Harrenhal's hubris and his ambition, and he's willing to sacrifice others. And the Night Fort is the same, because the Night's King was hubristic and wanted to take power and was sacrificing others. Like, it's exactly the same sin, just at a different scale. And then you talk about like the Bloodstone Emperor in the Great Empire of the Dawn, who was also hubristic and seizing power and sacrificing others. Like, George repeats this myth over and over because he's telling us that that is the sin that we are critiquing, is the act of being overly ambitious and proud, sacrificing others for your own glory.
And, like, it's contemporaneous in the story with the Red Wedding, which is the exact same sin. It's someone seizing power by sacrificing others. It's hubristic, egoistic, and destructive, cruel.
This is George Martin's model of evil. And another example of that is Valyria.
Valyria.
So Valyria...
You want to talk about destroyed civilizations and spooky calamities, apocalypses.
It's one of the spookiest. So Valyria was the empire of the ancient dragon lords, and they ruled most of the known world for a long time, and they did it by being pretty mean. They conquered and killed and enslaved and did blood, sorcery, and creepy experiments on Gorgossos, and they were like incestuous and infighting and thought they were superior. And for their sins, they blew up.
They blew up big time.
It's like Atlantis, depending on which version of Atlantis, I suppose. But yeah, it's like the lost kingdom from which the Targaryens descend. And all that's left of the greatest empire that ever was is this blighted, sundered, smoldering ruin.
Plague-ridden.
Valyria.
Like, it's inhospitable beyond belief. Like, you look at it and your skin collapses.
And so that's like the consequence of like thinking that you can, build the greatest everlasting monument out of the blood of others. It's not going to last forever. All that will be left is ruin. It was written that on the day of doom, every hill for 500 miles had split asunder to fill the air with ash and smoke and fire. blazes so hot and hungry that even the dragons in the sky were engulfed and consumed. Great rents had opened in the earth, swallowing palaces, temples, entire towns. Lakes boiled or turned to acid. Mountains burst. Fiery fountains spewed molten rock 1,000 feet into the air. Red clouds rained down dragonglass and the black blood of demons. And to the north the ground splintered and collapsed and fell in on itself, and an angry sea came rushing in. The proudest city in all the world was gone in an instant. Its fabled empire vanished in a day. The lands of the long summer scorched and drowned and blighted.
An empire built on blood and fire. The Valyrians reaped the seed they had sown.
Whoa. That's a bit of Tenbatsu, if ever I'd heard some. That is punishment from the gods for the sins of the empire. And so we get all of these accounts of people who claim to have been to Valyria. Like Euron claims to have been to the ruins of Valyria and got Valyrian steel armor there.
Swanky ass suit of armor.
And a dragon horn that can control dragons. And we get the story of Aerea Targaryen, who seems to have flown there on Balerion.
Well, it seems that Balerion flew her there. Unclear.
Why did Balerion fly to the ruins of Valyria?
Balerion was born in Valyria, unlike any other known dragon alive at the time. Oh, was Vhagar born in Valyria? I think Vhagar was hatched on Dragonstone, actually.
So in the TV show, unlike in the books, we actually get to see Valyria when Jorah and Tyrion have a jaunt.
Absolutely crazy. In the books, these scenes happen. It's not Jorah. Actually, it's sort of a fusion between something that is Jorah and something that's Jon Connington. But this happen. It's more like the Sorrows, Croyane along the Rhoyne.
Yeah.
In Tyrion's journey to Volantis.
Yeah. But in the books, Valyria remains a mystery. I don't expect that we will see Valyria directly in the books. I mean, for what purpose, you know?
It's sort of a haunting thing in the narrative.
It's there as an idea, but I don't know how the story would be served by one of our characters actually going there and seeing it firsthand. And I mean, it was a choice to put the Stone Men there in the TV show as well.
I think it was just like a convenient fusing of many elements.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it sort of muddles the story a bit because, like in the books, the danger of Valyria is like the hostile environment itself, and possibly like weird fireworms and weird things that exist there.
Yeah.
But like the danger is a consequence of the doom and a consequence of the evil, terrible choices of the Valyrians. Whereas in the show, the danger is the Stone Men, and the Stone Men aren't a consequence of the doom. The Stone Men, it's like a leper colony type situation where there's this
end
infectious
result of
disease.
Grayscale.
Yeah, and so like in the books, the Stone Men are in the Sorrows, and it's just where they send the people who have the disease as a sort of a quarantine. And so they're sort of modeling the message of what Valyria is and what the danger of Valyria is in the TV show.
Game of Thrones muddling the message? That's crazy.
I know.
Never.
There's also Bright Roar, isn't there? Isn't that meant to be in Valyria?
Yeah.
And like Garyon Lannister?
He went off to reclaim it and then never came back.
It's very interesting that Valyria is called the Lands of the Long Summer, when the lands north of the Wall are called the Lands of Always Winter.
Yep.
So it's like something really bad happened in the Lands of the Long Summer that left it this dangerous, demon-haunted ruin. And the Lands of Always Winter in the north seem similar, right?
Yeah.
Like it
I mean,
also seems
Hardhome
like
is the epicenter of a similar cataclysmic apocalypse, right?
Yeah. But Hardhome was pretty recent.
Yes, but I think they're supposed to be analogous.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like Ashai, there's theories that Ashai was, I mean, Ashai is.
But that's much older than Valyria, even.
Yeah, and it seems as though Ashai has also undergone a downfall. So again, it's that like sort of vertigo of seeing the scale of things that once were that fell. and existing in the ruins of what came before. I mean, A Song of Ice and Fire, like Westeros is existing in the ruins of the Targaryen dynasty, and the ruins of everything crappy that Robert Baratheon cobbled together.
The ruins of Rhaegar thinking that him having an orgasm was linked to cosmic events.
What is the reign of Robert and the reign of Joffrey and Tommen and them compared to the Targaryen dynasty, compared to Valyria, compared to Ishai? It's all a shadow. It's all a shadow on the wall.
Yep.
So, how would we rank Valyria? Doomed Valyria.
It's very evocative. Like the Game of Thrones depiction, like is sinking it in my opinion.
Yeah, we
like
shouldn't
it's just
even
a lot
put that
less
on screen.
scary because of what we saw on screen.
Yeah. Oh no, I'll have to get in a fist fight with someone with a skin condition. Like,
And there's
are you
also
kidding?
an element of wonder in Valyria in the show because that's where Tyrion sees Drogon flying overhead.
Yeah. Well, it's actually
And
the
he's like,
moment.
oh my god, oh, it's a dragon, it's real. Oh my god, I'm struck with wonder.
That's exactly what Dinklage sounded like. Yeah, I mean, that's where Tyrion finds hope.
Yes, and it's a very strange scene actually.
It's certainly very different to the books. I mean, I don't think it's like, like finding hope in the depths of ruination is...
That's not how it's depicted though, I don't think.
Well, I mean, as always, you've got to like generously interpret for the Game of Thrones show to make any sense, I think. Like in that sense, like that kind of works for me, the way Tyrion finds hope there. I mean, isn't it weird? Like, what was Drogon doing in Valyria exactly?
He was going to find Tyrion.
Isn't that really far from Meereen?
Yeah.
Like, really far?
Oh, it's not like really far, but it is far.
Geography is a mystery. We know that. But in the book, like, I mean, we don't really know much about Valyria. I mean...
Which keeps it scarier.
It's cool when Aeron sees Euron in the Valyrian steel armor and he goes, oh, crikey.
The implications being...
Cripes and crikey. Perhaps Euron really has been to Valyria. What if Euron is just chock full of fireworms like Arya Targaryen?
Oh yeah, could be.
Like, what if Euron died years ago and he's just being puppeteered around like Men in Black 2? You know, like the bug guy?
I
in
know
Men in
exactly
Black
what
2?
you're talking about. I think Euron has enough puppeteers already, honestly.
Well, that's true, because he is also Benjen and Dario.
And the Great Other and Bloodraven's fucked with his head and, you know.
I think that Valyria is more sort of like background world-building history rather than an actual site that we get to see and...
Right, yeah. The reason the Night Fort is so spooky is that an 8-year-old boy goes there and he has to confront the ancient history of the sin-riddled continent he's living on.
Sin-riddled. And I think that, the Night Fort and its secrets are more likely to actually come to light. Like, I think that we will learn a bit more about the Night King, and we will learn a bit more about the Night Fort in the story.
You don't think we're going to learn any foundational truths about Valyria and how dragons came to be?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I think we are likely to learn a bit more about, how
Human
the
experimentation.
Targaryens, got control. But I don't think we needed to learn much more about the Doom specifically. Because, like, it is still ambiguous what caused the Doom, but I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine if, like, vaguely, maybe the Faceless Men are saying that they did it, and, like, maybe we believe them and maybe we don't.
I think that's a great shtick. Like, if you've got a cool secret club and you want to impress people, just say, "Oh yeah, the time that the greatest empire in the world exploded in a day."
Us. We did that.
Yeah, we did that. We did that. It's like occasionally in the real world when atrocities happen and like 10 different terrorist organizations claim to have caused it.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah, we did that.
Fear us.
It's like, really? So I reckon we put Valyria in B tier.
Okay.
Because
sure.
I like it.
B for boo.
I like it.
Yeah, and I think you're right. We probably will learn a little bit more about Valyria, but I think that the Night Fort is a lot more central to the foundational questions of the setting, because, it seems like it'll go back to the others and the seasonal weirdness of, the entire globe being fucked up, whereas Valyria, it's all a lot more recent. I mean, it's ancient history, but it's still a lot more recent.
Yeah.
Although, dragons have been around for Unclear. Unclear.
I think it's less relevant to our
Less relevant.
characters at
Yeah.
hand.
It would be cool to know, but I don't think it's entirely the most relevant thing.
So as you said, Valyria and its doom seems similar to the doom of Hardhome.
Hardhome.
Hardhome was the closest thing to a town north of the wall. It was sort of a wildling town until it blew up. It just went and exploded one day. It just did that. And no one quite knows why. Melisandre has a vision of what appears to be Hardhome in A Dance with Dragons. Snowflakes swirled from a dark sky, and ashes rose to meet them, the grey and the white whirling around each other as flaming arrows arced above a wooden wall, and dead things shambled, silent through the cold, beneath a great grey cliff where fires burned inside 100 caves. Then the wind rose, and the white mist came sweeping in, impossibly cold, and one by one the fires went out. Afterward, only the skulls remained.
Death.
Thought Melisandre.
The skulls are death.
Man, she's taken an English literature class once or twice, hasn't she?
if
She interpreted the hell out of that symbolism.
Yeah.
The blue curtains mean sad.
Damn, the skulls mean death?
The skulls mean death.
How'd you get there, Melisandre?
So,
You learn a thing or two when you're 400 years old.
So I think this is Melisandre foreseeing the White Walker zombie attack on Hardhome. And you know, to the show's credit, the Hardhome episode is pretty cool.
The Hardhome sequence is pretty cool.
The sequence is pretty cool.
The rest of the episode is lacking, I think you'll find.
And they're surprisingly faithful to this vision.
Yeah.
Because the Hardhome thing is interesting, because in the books so far, we have not seen a battle and zombies at Hardhome directly. It hasn't happened yet.
We just heard about dead things in the water.
And so I think they did an interesting job of deciding to put that on screen in the TV show. Because, you know, there's all those wildlings taking refuge there, and they're all about to get eaten. Which, well, not eaten, but zombified. Which is caused by a vision, because Mother Mole is this wildling witch woman who says, "Oh, I had a special vision that will be safe if we go to Hardhome," which turns out to fail when they all get attacked by White Walkers, which makes you think, who sent the vision? Like, it's similar to in the TV show when the 7 cool dudes go on their jaunt to the north to capture Boots the zombie. And they get stuck on the frozen lake, and the Night King kills a zombie and gets a zombie. And so there's all that speculation about, did the Night King send the Hound the vision of the mountain shaped like an arrowhead? Did the Night King plan this trap from the start to get a dragon? Like, it all is sort of garbled and stupid.
No,
but
maybe
like,
we're not meant to understand these
maybe
things.
we're not meant to know. But it's similar in the book, right? Like, maybe the White Walkers or the Great Other sent the vision to Mother Mole in order to lure the wildlings to Hardhome so that they would get zombified by the White Walkers. Because that is the logic of visions sometimes in this series, is that people can give people visions to influence them, like Bloodraven gives visions to Bran and Quaithe gives visions to Daenerys. So why can't the White Walkers or the Great Other or something give visions to Mother Mole? Why not?
Someone gave a vision to Aerion Brightflame, and someone poisoned his wildfire.
That fiend giving tainted wildfire, unfit for human consumption.
That is not USDA approved.
What a prank. So there are thousands of wildlings at Hardhome, and everyone's saying, let the wildlings die. The Night's Watch people are saying, let them die. But Jon is saying, we got to save the wildlings, or else there's going to be thousands more zombies coming. And so Jon recounts the story of when Hardhome blew up. Hardhome had been halfway toward becoming a town, the only true town north of the Wall, until the night, 600 years ago, when hell had swallowed it.
It's actually before the Doom of Valyria.
Its people had been carried off into slavery, or slaughtered for meat, depending on which version of the tale you believed. Their homes and halls consumed in a conflagration that burned so hot that watchers on the wall far to the south had thought the sun was rising in the north, which is a line that they use again with Mance's fire in the TV show.
The big fire at the start of the battle for the wall.
Afterward, ashes rained down on haunted forest and shivering sea alike for almost half a year. Traders reported finding only nightmarish devastation where Hardhome had stood, a landscape of charred trees and burned bones, waters choked with swollen corpses, blood-chilling shrieks echoing from cave mouths that pocked the great cliff that loomed above the settlement. 6 centuries had come and gone since that night, but Hardhome was still shunned. The wild had reclaimed the site, John had been told, but rangers claimed that the overgrown ruins were haunted by ghouls and demons and burning ghosts with an unhealthy taste for blood. The Screaming Caves, the men call them. Whoa.
Yeah, that's spooktastic right there.
So why'd it blow up then?
It just did that.
Why'd it blow up? It does sound a lot like the description of the Doom of Valyria, doesn't it?
It was suddenly swallowed into hell.
But it's such a different story.
Yeah, because there's no... Where's the hubris? Where's the
Yeah.
human experimentation? Where's the punishment for the sins of the Empire?
Yeah.
What was going on there that made that happen? Or is
Yeah.
it just the world is cruel and these things happen?
Like, sometimes places just blow up.
Sometimes ghouls and ghosts and demons take over.
It is true that, natural disasters do blow places up
Yeah.
sometimes.
We can't blame the peasants living in Indonesia for Krakatoa.
Yeah. But it's so in your face supernatural. Something must have caused it, surely. I know that there are some tinfoil theories about what if the faceless men caused Hardhome to explode
But why?
by doing some kind of crazy magic on dragon eggs.
But why?
And they did it as a kind of experiment proof of concept.
Why?
So that they knew that it would work when they blew up
I'm
Valyria.
not doing it again. Oh, so it was like a test ground. It was a test run
Well,
for the Doom of Valyria, which was 300 years later.
okay, that's pretty in advance,
200 years
isn't it?
later.
But it's nuclear tests were performed on a lot of completely innocent
Yeah, but
random
that was
islands.
in the months before they were actually used in war, not 200 years before,
Yeah.
when none of the people who did the test would have still been alive.
No, you're right. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But how do we interpret this otherwise? What are we meant to take from this? It's such a strange thing in the world building. I find Hardhome a lot more baffling than all of the other mysteries that we've discussed in this stream
I
so
think
far.
that makes it scarier. I think that the lack of explanation, the other things we can try to come up with, we've theorized the hell out of the Night Fort in Valyria, but with Hardhome, we're just lost. We have no idea, and I think that the unknown, the terror there, gives it extra spooky points.
I think there's a sort of complicated history with Hardhome where, based on draft versions of the books and leaked notes from George R. R. Martin, there are indications that George at one point did intend for Jon Snow to go to Hardhome, similar to what we see in the TV show.
In the same way that they integrated another scrapped plot line into season 4 with Jon going to Crass's Keep and fighting off the mutineers.
Yeah. So I wonder if when George did intend for Jon to go to Hardhome, maybe that may have revealed more about what happened at Hardhome and why it happened to Hardhome. But maybe now that Jon doesn't seem to be going to Hardhome, maybe we won't learn as much. I'm curious about the caves as well. Maybe the caves have something to do with it's geologically interesting with the big cliffs and the caves, and I don't know, is it possible that it's volcanic activity?
Yes.
Maybe it's just literally a volcano, I guess that's a reasonable enough explanation. It's just a weird thing to put in the story.
Oh, you know how there's legends of ice dragons?
Yeah.
And you know how we've never seen one in the story?
Yeah. I reckon it's an ice dragon.
Look, it's an idea.
I mean...
No, I'm not saying that an ice dragon caused it, but that was the sin. Valyria's sins were the experimentations that led
Right.
to the creation of the dragons.
Right.
And, the domination that they applied to the rest of the world via their control of dragons and human experimentation. So like maybe a similar thing was going on with Hardhome, but Hardhome was barely a town, and like it had no sway over anywhere else in the world. So there's like no fucking way. So I don't know.
I mean, there doesn't seem to be any like political reason for anyone to attack Hardhome unless they wanted to like prevent the wildlings building up a culture and building up more power. I mean, I guess it's like in the interests of the Night's Watch, and it's in the interests of like the Westerosi realm more generally
I
to
don't
prevent.
see how the Night's Watch 600 years ago would have caused a conflagration that sent Hardhome into hell.
No. I guess that, probably the most plausible explanation for Hardhome is a dragon did it, right? And there are theories about like a loose dragon on like Scargos or something, or Cannibal. Maybe Cannibal did Hardhome.
Making Cannibal
Very old.
very old.
But dragons can live for hundreds of years, right?
Yeah.
So it could be Cannibal.
But contrary to what I have said previously, there's no indication that Cannibal is like fucking enormous. Like on the like he's big, but he's not like bigger than Vermithor.
And that would make him older than like Balerion, I
Yeah,
guess.
which sounds crazy.
Because Balerion was like, what, like 300 or something?
Yes.
And Hardhome was 600 years ago, so like a dragon would have to be like 500 years old to be in the dance and do Hardhome.
Yeah, Cannibal outlives Balerion by a good few decades. Actually, we don't know when Cannibal dies.
But dragons are out there. I mean, like in Bran's dream in book 1, he sees dragons stirring in the shadow.
Cannibal
in the
actually
east.
probably still lives on Skagos today, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, we might find out when Davos goes and finds Rickon
I mean,
there.
he's called Cannibal, and Skagos is the cannibal island.
I would just...
Makes sense to me.
I mean, I would love to see Rickon just flying cannibal. Wouldn't that be a great, bizarre twist?
Yeah, everyone thinks it's subverting expectations. Everyone's expecting him to ride a unicorn.
Rickon might just be like the Nettles of A Song of Ice and Fire, like becoming a dragon rider not by having Targaryen blood, but just by being cool and patient. And
I reckon the point's a bit undercut if instead of a a person from the bottom rung of the social ladder claiming a dragon, it's the youngest son of the Warden of the North.
But are you telling me you don't want to see?
Of course, I want to see it.
A 4-year-old wild child. Who's that Thornberry kid?
Donny Thornberry, played by Flea.
Is he played by Flea?
He's played by Flea.
You're kidding.
I fucking love Donny Thornberry.
Rickon is just Donny Thornberry.
Absolutely. They honestly should have just got Flea instead of Art Parkinson.
I would have loved that.
This 50-year-old bassist wearing sunglasses standing next to everyone. Pretending to be a 4-year-old.
And they use like those like Lord of the Rings Hobbit perspective tricks to make him look short.
Would it be funnier if they didn't try that at all and he was just like, a grown man?
That also would be great.
That sounds pretty good.
So yeah, look, and I mean, so it's established that dragons exist in the far, far southeast, and as all those globe heads out there, as those globists, hashtag globe heads
I'm
in
a
the
ball
chat,
believer. I think it's a globe.
ball believers in the chat. Since the Earth's a globe, then Ashai and the Shadowlands and the Far East are possibly close to the far northwest of Westeros. So, like, maybe a dragon just popped over from the shadow and got hungry and decided to burninate Hardhome, and that's why Hardhome happened. And remember that George seemed to be intending for Daenerys to go to Ashai?
Yeah.
So,
There's a lot of indication in the first book that her story is pointing towards Ashai.
Like,
and
that's
now
what
it doesn't seem
Quaithe
that
tells
way.
her to do. So maybe Daenerys was
And
going to
book
go
two, yeah.
all the way east and go to the shadow and be like, oh, there's a bunch of dragons here, and one of them burned Hardhome. Interesting.
And then she meets Chinese Craster and then continues on and, I'm at the wall now.
What if Craster did Hardhome?
It was Craster all along.
It's very intriguing.
I think the one elephant that we're yet to address, the mammoth in the room.
The Oliphant
The
in the sitting room.
Yeah, is
the Oliphant in the atrium.
Yes, is the old gods. Like, could the old... I mean, this is death by fire, which is usually not what we...
I wanted those elephants.
Thank you. Like, we usually don't associate the old gods with fire, right? So it seems a little out there.
Yeah.
But, they're around.
Yeah, you think that the wildlings of Hardhome somehow pissed off the children of the forest?
Look, it's possible that like this is a 0 equals 0. We have no idea.
I mean, we're told that the children of the forest did the Hammer of the Waters and shattered the Arm of Dawn and flooded the Neck. If they can wield natural disasters like earthquakes and floods, then why not also cause a volcanic eruption at Hardhome? I mean, like, can earthquakes cause volcanic eruptions?
Yeah.
So then they did it. They did it.
Okay,
Guilty.
it was the children of the forest then.
Done.
Cool.
That's my verdict.
Okay, but what about the ghouls and ghosts and demons in the screaming caves?
That's just wind.
Ah, okay. It's a trick of the light.
It's a trick of the light. It's a photographic phenomena.
What if
It's dust on the lens.
what if this event and only this event was aliens? And nothing else in the story is aliens.
That would be fantastic. It was the
was the CIA,
Gith
actually.
Yankee. It was the Gith
The
Yankee.
Gith Yankee. They finally came back from D&D to contribute to a George R.R. Martin story.
They just dropped some tungsten rods on the wildlings.
The Gith Yankee do ride dragons through the cosmos.
Do they?
Yeah. Do you know much about D&D lore?
No.
It's wild.
Cool. You know what I
They
want
fight against like the Cthulhu Lovecraft monsters and their like grand design to take over the entire universe.
That sounds
And their
fantastic.
empire, like they're like freedom fighters with their own like sort of gross, disgusting empire. But there's more. There's more going on there.
That's glorious. You know what I want to get into next time I've got like a spare like year or so. Like next time there's like a global pandemic.
Yeah.
I want to.
That's a great idea. Make plans for the next one.
Next time there's a pandemic, I want to learn all the esoteric Elder Scrolls lore.
Oh my god, you'll need more than one pandemic.
You know that like the dwarfs had like a space program in Elder Scrolls
Okay, I
lore.
didn't know that.
You ever heard of Coda by Kirkbride? There's just some really like crazy like
Out there
esoteric lore, like the 36 cool verses of Vivek. Like I want to read all that stuff, and then I want to do like an unhinged 7-hour long live stream about esoteric Elder Scrolls lore. It's just that I know it'll take me about a year to fit it into my brain hole. What were we
Just
talking
guess.
about?
We were talking about Hardhome, but I think we're
Hardhome.
done.
I love the idea that it's just a dragon done did it, and I also love the idea that the children of the forest did it because they can do earthquakes, and I also love the idea that it just blew up. Like I actually love all those ideas.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Alt Shift X make a video about Hardhome?
Lazy, I think.
We beat him to it.
Yeah.
We beat
Get
him
out
to
of
it.
here.
Ha! Take that, Alt Shift X. More like Alt Shit X.
That's a different and much better channel.
So Alt Shit X does exist.
We love old shit X.
So John receives a letter from Cotter Pike, who he sent to go and help the
Would
wildlings
never
at
sick the
Hardhome.
cassowaries on me.
So here's what the letter says. At Hardhome, with 6 ships, wild seas, Blackbird lost with all hands, 2 Lysini ships driven aground on Skane, Talon taking water. Very bad here. Wildlings eating their own dead. Dead things in the woods. Bravosi captains will only take women children on their ships. Witch women call us slavers. Attempt to take Stormcrow defeated. 6 crew dead. Many wildlings. 8 ravens left. Dead things in the water. Send help by land. Seas racked by storms. And then John thinks, night falls, and now my war begins. And then he gets distracted.
Yeah, some other stuff happens.
It's really funny that John's like, yep, time to face the apocalypse. And then in the next chapter, John,
Oh, my sister's in trouble.
he gets the pink letter and he's like, oh, forget the apocalypse. I gotta save Arya. Let's
That's
go
actually
kill Ramsay.
Really sweet and human that, like, okay, I have to confront the deliverance of mankind. But first, my little sister's in a hot spot of trouble.
It's the most beautiful culmination of John's story, and the show completely removed it.
They
In the
received
TV
the pink
show,
letter over lunch when, like, the Night King is, like, a background threat.
it's bizarre. bizarre. Because the whole point in the books is that John is like, yeah, I gotta save the world. I've been spending this whole book trying to save the world, but also, I love my family. And I want to save my home. And be myself. And that's the conflict. Whereas the TV show's like, what if we took out the conflict? What if we took out the love versus duty? What if we made Jon Snow a boring character?
What if it was a really straightforward battle between a good person and an evil person, and the good person wins?
But also, like, the Jon Snow doesn't fight the Night King.
Yeah.
What a choice. What a choice.
What were they drinking?
I think that Hardhome is A. Because I just had a delightful time discussing Hardhome with you.
Okay, well, maybe we can just grade it off how we felt about our discussion. So I'll just tank the next one so we can put something in a lower tier.
Well, but I mean, the screaming caves,
Yeah.
the
Ghouls
ghouls,
and demons.
the dead things in the water.
Dead things in the woods.
That's at least an A.
It's very scary writing, very horror.
That's at least an A.
Good stuff.
Hey, are you gonna let me talk about squishes?
We're far enough in. You can do the squishes thing if you want. I know you love talking about the squishes.
Look, I mean, just like tell me when to stop because I could talk about squishes all day.
Hey Siri, set a timer for 45 minutes.
So, George R.R. Martin is a bit of a fan of H.P. Lovecraft. And H.P. Lovecraft is a bit of a fan of scary fish people. So in book 4, which is maybe the most tangential of the A Song of Ice and Fire books, Brienne spends about 17 chapters wandering about the Riverlands, unsuccessfully looking for Sansa and
10
Arya.
chapters.
And she meets fan favorite character Nimble Dick Crab.
Nimble Dick Crab.
A Nimble Dick Crab says, "Best we
Monsters.
keep a watch tonight, milady," Crab told her, as she was struggling to get a driftwood fire lit. "A place like this, there might be squishers."
Squishes?
Brienne gave him a suspicious look. "Monsters," Nimble Dick said, with relish.
And ketchup.
"They look like men till you get close, but their heads is too big, and they got scales where a proper man's got hair. Fish belly white they are, with webs between their fingers. They're always damp and fishy smelling, but behind these blubbery lips they got rows of green teeth, sharp as needles. Some say the first men killed them all, but don't you believe it. They come by night, and they steal bad little children, padding along on them webbed feet with a little squish, squish sound. The girls they keep to breed with, but the boys they eat, tearing at them with those sharp green teeth." He grinned at Podrick. "They'd eat you, boy. They'd eat you raw."
If they try, I'll kill 'em.
Podrick touched his sword. "You try that. You just try. Squishers don't die easy."
It's so interesting that they're just the others.
Yeah, true. It's the same idea. They're the
The
monsters,
exact same idea.
and they kill you, but they also use humans to reproduce.
Yeah. It's like the same idea as like, well, it's sort of inverted from the others because Craster gives his boys to the others so that they can like replenish their population. But Craster keeps his women so he can reproduce to like make their population.
Are squishers just female White Walkers?
Oh my god! Wait, no,
Well, they're like
because they breed with the human women.
but it's a gender reversed version
Right,
of the
and
White Walkers.
Bran's story is all about gender.
And it's under the sea instead of beyond the wall.
Ah.
Sean Lavery in the live chat says that the others and the squishers engage in an elaborate trading system to breed.
It seems plausible. Sure, why not?
Yeah, no, you could definitely figure out something elaborate, but I think that it would upset me a lot if I thought about it too much. But yeah, no, so the squishes are just like Lovecraftian monsters. Like this is what Lovecraft writes about
Absolutely.
in like books like The Shadow over Innsmouth.
It's just the Innsmouth folk.
And like this sounds like a made up story, but in other chapters, we see the fishy people like Godric Borrell and some of the people in the Iron Islands that like they have the webbed fingers and they have the fishy features, and so like I think it's probably mostly an Easter egg. Like I don't think that the squishes are going to be like relevant.
It's just one of those things that George chucks in. It's like, here's a thing that's like the thing that's actually relevant, and I'm just doing it here to make you think about that other thing.
Yeah, I think it is meant to like get you thinking about the White Walkers.
And that's how I feel about the Great Empire of the Dawn, by the way. I don't hate the Great Empire of the Dawn. Just want to clear that up. I think it's there to make you think about other things.
Yeah, the downfall of that empire and like the logic of like the evil sacrifice that caused all the horror.
Yeah, so I feel very similarly about the Squishes in that I don't think that they themselves are wholly relevant to anything that's going on, but they're there to elucidate details and angles of thinking about things that are relevant.
Which is the purpose of myth, which is the purpose of fantasy, which is the purpose of stories.
Which is the purpose of society, culture, life, talking on live streams with whoever you can find.
What is the goal of this short mortal life, if not the pursuit of squishes?
Squish, squish.
So George has a lot of fun with these squishes, and in the World Book. In the World Book, there's a maester who says that who calls them deep ones. Strange Stone postulates that both fortress and seat, the foundation of the High Stone, might be the work of a queer, misshapen race of half-men, sired by creatures of the salt seas upon human women. These deep ones, as he names them, are the seed from which our legends of Merlings have grown, and their terrible fathers are the truth behind the drowned god of the Ironborn. So there's a lot of little hints that the drowned god, the god of the Ironborn, is just Cthulhu.
Yeah, that guy's just Cthulhu.
And Euron Greyjoy does seem to be trying to summon some kind of evil power from the deep with his blood sacrifice in the Forsaken.
And he's
so,
all
like,
squiddy, and he keeps talking about krakens, and Cthulhu's all squiddy.
when the dragon weds the kraken. So, like, I do think that there's a non-zero chance that Cthulhu appears in the Winds of Winter and maybe has sex with a dragon. Like, I think there's a non-zero chance that happens.
Do you remember that was when you said that in our live stream several years ago? That was the first time I said that I would eat the Winds of Winter if
Was
that
it
happened.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Precious memories.
Well,
We've come a long way since then.
does the Winds of Winter feel any closer or further away than back then?
I don't remember how I felt about it back then. It
How
doesn't feel close though.
how have your plans progressed to eat the book? Have you figured out recipes?
Well, I mean, my plans to eat it are as atrophied as plans to publish it. So
Oh boy.
let's just hope that by the time I get it, it won't be stale. I
So
want that thing fresh. I want those pages to peel off like a fresh banana.
oh, yummy.
Ripe.
Yummy.
A ripe fantasy novel.
It might be overripe at this point. So that passage in the World Book suggests that the squishes, the deep ones, the Lovecraftian fish monsters, may have built the foundation of the High Tower and may have built the Sea Stone Chair, which is the throne of the Greyjoys, which supposedly predates the arrival of human beings on the Iron Islands. So, like, the whole Ironborn culture seems to maybe exist in the space that the squishes created. And there is also similar blackstone formations in other places, like Yeen. Yeen. So Yeen is an abandoned city in Sothorios. A ruin older than time, built of oily black stone, in massive blocks so heavy that it would require a dozen elephants to move them. Yeen has remained a desolation for many thousands of years, yet the jungle that surrounds it on every side has scarce touched it. Nymeria said it's a city so evil that even the jungle will not enter, and every attempt to rebuild or resettle Yin has ended in horror. Princess Nymeria and her fleet came to Sothorios when she was fleeing and eventually came to Dawn, and some of her people settled in the Cyclopean ruins of Yin.
Cyclopean.
Haunt of ghouls and spiders. I feel like ghouls are a lot scarier than spiders, personally, but, you know.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot of first-hand experience with spiders, and I'm doing fine. And
Yeah.
I've never met a ghoul, so that makes me scarier. Or
I've
maybe
nev-
I have.
I've met a few ghouls on a late night once or twice. And yeah, the word cyclopean is the most like classic Lovecraft word of all time. Like cyclopean meaning big, I think, but Lovecraft loves the hell out of that word. So this is just George putting a Lovecraftian city in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Because why not? Like, the story's never going to go there. He just wants to add a little spice to the world. And shout out to one of his greatest inspirations.
So Nymeria's people settled in Yin for a little while, or some of them did, until she went to like check in and knocked on the door and said, "Hey, how's it going down in Yin?" But when the boat arrived at Yin, they found that every man, woman, and child in that haunted, ruined city had vanished overnight. Where did they go?
Where did they go?
Where did they go?
You think they went down?
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's like a subterranean part of Yin, similar to Leng. Leng has all these underground, forbidden, subterranean spaces. Maybe there's something similar beneath Yin. Like, it's like the crypts of Winterfell. Like,
Yeah.
George loves his secret hidden places beneath, full of boogans.
Well, yeah, the crypts of Winterfell. I mean, it's a crypt. It's full of corpses. It's full of the souls of ancestors. It's
And
full
of course, the
ancient history, dead grief.
and the Night's Queen is down there playing Rhaegar's harp
Yeah.
with Jon Snow's birth certificate.
And Rickon's unicorn.
Yeah, that's right.
And Ariana's nipples.
There's also the Isle of Toads in the Basilisk Isles,
Ooh, toads.
where there can be found an ancient idol, a greasy black stone, crudely carved into the semblance of a gigantic toad of malignant aspect,
Ooh, malignant.
some 40 feet high. The people of this isle are believed by some to be descended from those who carved the toadstone, for there is an unpleasant fish-like aspect to their faces, and many have webbed hands and feet. If so, they are the sole surviving remnant of this forgotten race.
Are they? Are they really? Are they
Yeah.
the only survivors of this forgotten race?
What about the people on the Sisters and the people on the Iron Isles?
What about
huh?
the squishers themselves?
What about the squishers themselves? And what about the drowned god living in the deep beneath the isles? Oh,
malignant, unpleasant,
malignant,
fish-like?
slightly salty smelling. Oh. Do you think that we should respond to some donations?
Yeah, I think that's a cool idea.
I think that's a cool idea.
I do want to, before I forget, I do want to talk about the oily black stone.
Yeah.
It's going to keep coming up, obviously, but I love it as connective tissue.
Yeah, so it seems like the squishers may have built the Blackstone structures, which includes the base of the High Tower and the city of Yin, and all the other weird Blackstone stuff.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's a little bit confusing because the oily black stone seems distinct from the fused black stone.
Yes, which is what, made from dragon fire?
It seems to be made from dragon fire. So like like the island of Dragonstone is made of that fused black stone.
So that's not squishy.
It doesn't seem to be squishy. But like
It was the Maze Makers of Lorath that I was thinking of, yeah.
but then like there's the entire city of Ishai, which is also made of the oily black stone. So if the squishers build the oily black stone stuff, maybe the squishers built Ishai. Then you got to go, was the biggest city in the world populated by fish people in the ancient past? Or are the fish people just damp White Walkers? Like, what's going on? I don't expect we'll ever know. I mean, George Martin said in an interview, the mysteries of Yin will have to remain mysteries. Like, George isn't intending on explaining all of this.
And maybe like that almost sounds like I haven't thought about that.
Yeah.
That I, maybe he has, and maybe it's just like not worth including in the story, or there's no way to integrate it that won't just be completely ham-fisted.
Mayhaps. I love this artwork of the sea stone chair.
So that's the soy jack right there.
but you know who that's modeled on? That's Aziz.
Yeah, I thought so.
From History of Westeros.
But they got him doing the
the soy jack
Yeah.
face. Yeah,
I mean, if Aziz did see the sea stone chair, he would make that face.
he would. This art is by Claradox, I believe, for Claradox's wonderful series of maps of the world of Ice and Fire.
That's surreal, having met Aziz.
It's very funny seeing him pop up there. So where are we gonna rank
What were we talking about?
squishes?
Squishes in general. Okay, so
Squishes.
we're not like differentiating between
Squishes.
squish low cabs,
Squishes.
Comic Sans squishes.
Squishes. Surely A. Or do you want B?
Well,
Because
yeah.
they're not really relevant. To
No, they're
anything.
not. But they are. They're more like creepy and unsettling than like spooky. Or are these synonyms that have no distinctions?
It's not. Yeah, it's not so much like a horror story as it is like
Ugh.
intriguing world building / Lovecraft Easter egg.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not
I
an
mean,
A.
Thinking about it and picturing it as though it were real, that creeps me the fuck out.
Yeah.
But the way it's set in the story isn't that spooky. I mean, like Nibble Dick's story about the squishes, like that is a spooky passage.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's on the level of Lady Stoneheart and Her at Home.
Yeah.
Yeah, like dead things in the water. Come on,
It's not as emotionally powerful. So
let's read some donos.
let's do it.
Donos.
Donos.
Whoa, you guys have been going crazy with the donations. Thank you very much. Thanks for watching. I hope everyone's had a happy Halloween, by the way.
Geens Quambit says, "Hello, Gloogie
Always
Boogie
makes me laugh.
and Jack Schwellington. I was just hoping for another stream soon, and suddenly you're back. Spooky! I went to a party as Chinese Cruster, and now I've had to change addresses. Probably wise. Thank you, Inari.
Thank you, Onion Freak. Hi, Double Glubble Toil and Schwubble. Who are your favourite witches in all of fiction? Mine are the ones from Hocus Pocus.
Favorite witches.
Favorite witches.
Macbeth. Am I pretentious if I say Macbeth?
No, I think that's completely it's just a normal response. They're iconic witches, aren't they?
I'll say Macbeth and I'll say Cho Chang.
Cho Chang, really.
Yep, that's my
Your favorite-
controversial witch pick.
Favorite witch.
Yep. What are your faves?
Gruntilda.
Hell yeah.
The way I really love the way she goes.
That was uncanny. It's like she's in the room with
I've been
us.
working on that.
Thank you, Policy Shift, who says, Dear Ghostus and Schwerpentor, happy streaming. Hot take. Barbary Dustin is the one character hyper-vigilant vampire Roose Bolton overlooks. Therefore, she is the best candidate to kill him.
Interesting.
Thoughts? Cheers. I think Barbary Dustin is awesome, but she only appears in like one chapter in
And
the
she
fifth
just like
book,
molds about Brandon Stark.
which is like great and fascinating. Like she's a fascinating window into like both the Starks and the
Yeah,
Boltons.
it's a completely new perspective on that era of Stark history.
Awesome perspective, but like she's like a quaternary character.
Mm.
So I'd be surprised if such a minor character was like the person to beat Roose Bolton, you know?
I do love it how we have these quaternary characters who keep popping up in fan theories. Like Barbary Dustin is relevant to so many ideas, even though she's such a minor character. It's great.
She reminds me of Marwyn because
Yeah.
she's totally unexpected. She comes out of nowhere.
Appears in one chapter.
She's very minor, appears in one chapter, and just like info dumps a completely bizarre new perspective that we've never imagined before.
And the POV to whom it's delivered is like, what? What am I supposed to do with all of that?
It's fantastic. It's fantastic, and it just gives such a sense of like the realness of this world. That there are so many different perspectives and so many different experiences with their own history. And it just makes the world feel so alive to have these unexpected perspectives. Who do you think will defeat Roose Bolton?
Well, Ramsay Bolton kills him in the show, and I don't think that makes any like it could happen, but I don't think it didn't make sense in the show, and it wouldn't make sense in the books if it happened the same way, right?
It's just very weird that Roose Bolton tolerates Ramsay. Like,
Is it a blind spot? Is it a is it a strategic move to like let him run amok?
the sense you get in the books is that it's very calculated. The sense that you get in the books is that Roose is very smart. Roose knows exactly what Ramsay is. And the idea that Ramsay would surprise Roose by doing something as obvious as stabbing him in the gut,
Immediately after his heir is born.
not possible to believe in the books. Like, I think that Ramsay could kill Roose, but he's going to have to be a lot smarter about it, or a lot more shocking about it. I mean, the idea that Ramsay is just even more brutal and violent and terrible than even Roose can imagine. Like, I kind of like that idea, but it's got to be something more dramatic than just stabbing him in the gut.
Surprise! I got you.
Like-
Yeah,
like
it has to be like he has to be outclassed. He has to be outsmarted,
Yeah, outsmarted or just like going to an extreme.
like blindsided.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like, you know, like everything in season 6 of Game of Thrones was a bit dumb, but like the bit when Olenna says, "I just didn't imagine that Cersei would do something as extreme as blowing up the Vatican with everyone inside of it." Like, I kind of liked that line and that idea.
To your credit, that's not in season 6. She says that in season 7.
Right.
So we can keep what we say about it. Actually, that episode, season 7, episode 3, I think is like the best episode of the last 3 seasons.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Which bits are good?
Well, that scene in particular, and also the scene with Cersei and Ilaria and Tyene. That's in that episode.
Sure.
What else goes on in that one? I don't know. Who cares?
You're much better at like remembering specific episodes, whereas I tend to just remember like the arcs. Like, I can't really tell you what happened in season 4, episode 4 or something.
Oh, that's a good one.
I
Actually,
mean,
that's the one.
that's the Night King one.
Yes, it is. It's the one with the Citadel of Ice.
Yeah.
I believe it's also the one where shirtless Ramsay fights off an entire platoon of Ironborn soldiers.
What an episode! and Asher just circumnavigates the continent
For a single scene.
for a single scene.
What a show.
What a show!
Vetsila says, "Good spooky eve, Glimbula and Dr. Frankenschwift." Actually, he's Dr. Frankenschwift's monster. Which spooky
right.
media do you revisit each Halloween? I always replay the first Dead Space game and rewatch John Carpenter's The Thing.
Nice.
Nice classics.
I don't really have like a...
You don't go back to the same things?
No. I mean I'm enjoying some like new horror movies, like Talk to Me and Weapons and Barbarian and stuff like that, but I don't really have like a classic nostalgic thing that I return to over and over.
I've been watching through Treehouse of Horror.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, that's a good choice. Yeah. I mean, Treehouse of Horror, those like Simpsons episodes definitely have a place in my heart as well. I mean, I'm sure it's been done, but why don't we do like a tier ranking every Treehouse of Horror segment stream? Like, why aren't we doing that right now?
I don't know. Let us know if you'd be interested in that.
Yeah. Comment below.
And if you're interested in that sort of thing, like Simpsons analysis and tiers and like ranking and all that, The Real Gyms is the channel for you.
Folks in the live chat are saying Over the Garden Wall is really good.
Oh yeah.
I like that show.
I feel really jealous of Northern Hemisphere heads because they get to do all the autumnal stuff associated with Halloween, whereas I don't get to do that because it's spring here.
It is insufficiently autumnal.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ruby House, who says, "Hello, Glimbo Lantern and Swiftoween. I have a migraine currently, so I'll watch this tomorrow. Have a spooky stream.
Hello, Ruby in the future. Thank you.
I hope your head feels better."
It's been really spooky, so thank you for giving us that omen.
Glidus, have you ever had one of those migraines that is so crazy that parts of your brain start turning off?
Yeah.
Like, I've had one of those where I had a migraine and I lost the ability to read. And I remember like looking at like a book and going, "Oh, I can't read." And like at that particular point, my head wasn't even hurting, but like just parts of my brain were working. And it's
That's
like,
crazy.
oh, that's interesting.
Was
that
that
can
like
happen.
existentially dangerous to you? Or like, oh my god, I can't read. Is this ever going to come back?
I was remarkably calm. I think it's possible that not only was like the reading part of my brain disabled, but maybe the fear part of my brain was
Right.
also disabled.
You think that there's a tandem going on there?
Like I wasn't freaking out, which itself was weird. It was a very weird experience.
Right, no,
migraines can be really crazy.
Can't say I've been there, but I have had experiences where I've like lost an ability for like temporarily because of some moment of stress or illness or whatever, and it has given me a sense of, oh my god, what if it never comes back?
It does make you appreciate those abilities.
Absolutely.
You know, like I mean, it's like when your nose blocks up and you're like, wow, breathing sure is a cool thing to be able to do normally.
Yeah. But when you take a normal breath, you never think about it. One Hand Gaming, thank you, says, hello, Glidus. What do you make of that?
Glidosicious.
And Swiftosaurus Rex. 1 more hour before the end of my shift. I have a question. What are your favorite dinosaurs?
I like the spiny quadrupedal fellows with the tails. What's the one in that cartoon that goes, yee? Yee! That's a pretty good one.
I actually don't know what that's supposed to be.
I think Allosaurus is one of the fun names to say, but I can't tell you what an Allosaurus looks like.
Isn't an Allosaurus one of those huge herbivorous long neck guys?
I thought it was one of the bipedal tyrannosaur looking ones.
Okay,
I mean, look, Archaeopteryx is rad
that's true.
because it's an angry little chicken.
Now, are we talking strictly dinosaurs or like more vaguely, like can I include pterosaurs as well?
Glidus is bringing up taxonomy
Wow, who
in
wow,
a live stream.
Everyone tick off the
Taxonomy?
fucking bingo card.
Take a drink, everybody. I like the sea dinosaurs.
Again, they're not
I like
dinosaurs, but-
Nessie. I like the splashy dinosaurs, the splashosaurs. I like them.
ichthyosaurs.
Ichthyosaurs.
Yes, I'm a fan of them also. It's hard to choose. It's Sophie's choice. I couldn't tell you what my favorite is. I love all of them. My favorite dinosaur is actually scarlet macaw.
Yeah?
Yeah,
You're calling that a dinosaur.
it is.
I think it's a bird, Glidus.
Agree to agree. Birds are dinosaurs.
Don't you start this again,
You look at a
Glidus.
cassowary
Don't...
and tell me that thing's not a dinosaur.
If you saw a cassowary's footsteps, you'd be like, I'm being hunted by velociraptors.
You look a cassowary in the eye and like you're transported back 200 million years and you're about to be murdered by a dinosaur.
It's true, you got me. It's true.
Cassidy says, I went into a Game of Thrones thinking incest was a regular occurrence and was surprised that it was a bad thing. Hang on. You mean in universe? When Jamie and Cersei were hooking up, lol. Anyway, happy Halloween. Love you guys. All right, so you thought, for some reason, you had this preconception about this franchise that everyone did incest and everyone was cool with it.
I think that George Martin, there's a risk of desensitizing us. Like, if George puts too much incest or just too much violence or just too much anything into this series, it perhaps has less impact. Especially, like, if you've been watching House of the Dragon and you just get so used to all of the blonde incestuous Targaryens. I can see how you'd get that perception.
Although, as we all know,
Avoid incest at all costs.
At all costs. Fantastic.
it's really searching for the words there.
Notice the Playboy logo in the background of this clip.
Avoid incest at all costs.
Like, I don't know the exact provenance of that clip, but the fact that George R. R. Martin is standing in front of a Playboy logo and a Patron logo, assuring them that he does not endorse incest. Well, I love that he felt that it was necessary to say that.
I think on some level it was. I think that we did need to hear that from him. Fiatra Collins is back and says, my boys caught this because I was up late. Thank God for the sesh. Lots of love from the ancient home Halloween, which is Ireland.
Ireland?
Halloween does, like modern Halloween traditions do descend from Ireland and Scotland.
Are you telling me the first ween that was ever hallowed was hallowed in an Irish ween?
I don't know, probably.
That's cool. That's cool. Thank you, Elamist, who is one of my all-time favorite. Oh, what are they called? The aliens in Animorphs. What are they called? I forget.
Oh fuck!
Animorphs, Centaur, aliens. What are they called
I've also
again?
forgotten. That's crazy.
Andalites. What's that Andalite Truther website? It's actually my
What?
favorite website. Have I shown you this?
No.
Andalite Truth website. It's maybe my favorite thing. Man, Google just hates websites now, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's just all like websites are not allowed, only social media
Yes,
platforms.
you must open the Reddit post, which will take you to the website.
All right, I'm posting the URL in the live chat right now. AndaliteTruth.org.
Hey, I did that. You
Glidus
taking
just
control of
posted
my
it.
fucking YouTube account.
AndaliteTruth.org. Everyone needs to visit AndaliteTruth.org and discover the truth that they don't want you to know about Andalites. Okay?
Alright, cool. I'm glad to have endorsed this thing I don't know about.
Yeah.
Element says 3 live streams in quick succession, which is true. This is unprecedented. Actually, it's not unprecedented, but it's good.
I fully embrace Elamist's definition of the word quick.
Me too.
Thank you, Shaq, who says, thank you, Based Shift and Glimbo, Swift and Glimbo. I'm busy, obviously, but can't wait to watch this video 200 different times.
Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, Shaquille.
Thank you, Fiatra Collins, who says...
The exact same thing we already read. That's crazy.
Thank you, Ruth, who says, hey, Glidwolf and Schwampire.
Oh!
This is the earliest I've been to a stream. Happy Halloween. And what a Song of Ice and Fire location would you least like to spend the night in?
God.
I think Stig-Eye would be my take.
You're probably right there. Actually, we haven't gotten to it yet in this stream. The Silence.
The Silence.
I think spending a night on the Silence might be more dangerous than spending a night in Stig-Eye.
Euron Greyjoy's ship,
Yeah.
which we see in the Forsaken Winds of Winter chapter.
Yeah, like, just given the events of that chapter, the description given, the things we know that happen on and around that ship, sorry for future spoilers of this stream, I assume we'll have to do another one of these at some point in the future, because there's a lot more scary shit we haven't talked about yet.
We have barely tickled the tip of this particular spooky iceberg.
It's true. But the Silence is extremely spooky.
Oh, I make myself laugh.
But
My answer, Ruth, is the Dreadfort.
the Dreadfort, really.
I've read the Airbnb reviews. Poor
Poor.
ergonomics and drafty windows. I needed a tetanus shot from all those rusty chains when I was strung upside down on their dungeon wall. It was unergonomic.
So you didn't have a problem.
Well, the flaying was sublime, but the
Best
the
flaying
draft,
I've ever had.
Best flaying I'd ever had. The real Belandra says, hello, Clump and Schwump. Happy Glalloween. Which characters do you think would be the best at Schwick or Schweeting? And how would certain characters respond?
I think Arya Stark would be the best trick-or-treater.
Oh, she's so mischievous.
Yep. Like, you give that girl candy, or, like, she's gonna do something. Like, she's rich and cheeky, so, like, she can get away with whatever she's about to pull.
She has the brazen confidence of a aristocrat.
Yeah.
And the mischievousness of a 7-year-old hopped up on red cordial.
Actually, I think the green cordial is the one that gets kids the most wild.
It's the most potent because it's like the least based on mundane chemistry.
Yeah.
You know?
It's the most, like, adventurous alchemy.
Tis the very juice of Pripyat, you know? It's that Fukushima ambrosia glowing with energy.
My God.
That's what gets them going.
Pripyat.
Gets people going. Thank you, Amelia, who says, first time catching alive. After my 5th rereading of Game of Thrones, I noticed that my point of view faves changed, like how I used to hate Bran chapters, and now I love them. And I wonder how y'all's opinions changed. Also, can you really tell that D&D gave up after A Storm of Swords?
You can really tell. I think they gave up during, actually. There's an interview clip Well, no, it's a Q&A where David Benioff he doesn't seem to. He doesn't know that Sam Tarly was a POV character, and
Yeah.
John Bradley has to correct him.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I wonder when the last time that showrunners Dan and Dave read A Song of Ice and Fire was.
2005, when they first started trying to option the rights.
That's pretty brutal.
No,
might
it's
be
not true. I've been reading behind the scenes material, and like they were consulting the books like quite frequently in the early seasons, and you can tell in the decisions they made, the compromises they made, they were trying to like keep the faith.
It feels to me that by seasons 5 and 6 they didn't give a shit.
No.
Or I mean, you know, maybe not like they didn't care, just like they thought that they knew better than George, and they were no longer interested in like
Telling his story.
adapting the books. They were more interested in doing this thing called Game of Thrones that they invented.
Well, yeah, it was more important to them that they were working on the biggest television show of all time than they were adapting some old guy's fantasy novels,
Yeah,
which
and
he wasn't finishing.
that may be around the time that the relationship between D&D and George may have broken down a bit. As for, like, you know, have our favorite POV characters changed? I mean, I feel like, you know, a lot of people have mixed feelings about the 4th and 5th books, Feast and Dance, because Feast and Dance introduce all these other POV characters, especially Feast, like bringing in Ariane Martell and bringing on Aeron Greyjoy. And like a lot of people, when I was first reading Feast, I was like, yeah, can we like get to Jon and Daenerys and Arya and Tyrion, please? Like, why am I in Dorne? Why am I in Pike?
Can we get to Victarion Greyjoy, please? Can we get to Aeryo Hotar? Come on, let's speed through this other stuff.
So I think Ariane is someone who I was like, do I really want to read Ariane? And bloody Aris Okart. I mean, I still don't like Aris Okart, but and like bloody Aryo Hotar. I mean, I think Aryo Hotar and Aris Okart are some of the weakest POV characters.
Probably.
I don't think George Martin would even disagree with that. But I think Ariane I've warmed to more because I think that she's a fun character, and I think that she will serve a function. And so, yeah, I've warmed to Ariane a bit.
Personally, I never hated the Brienne chapters, but every time I go back to them, I love them more and more.
Nice.
She always rises in my estimation.
I did find Daenerys frustrating in A Dance with Dragons. I think I still find Daenerys frustrating in A Dance with Dragons.
I find her story frustrating in A Clash of Kings because it's so fucking slow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were talking recently about how I really enjoyed Daenerys' arc in Book 1. Like, it's very disturbing in a lot of ways. It's very powerful in a lot of ways. Like, like George gets a lot done. A lot.
Oh, A
gets
Game of
done.
Thrones is it's an exceptionally efficient book.
Yeah, but like, you know, compared to Book 1, what exactly gets done in Daenerys' story in Book 2? What exactly gets done in Daenerys' story in Book 5? Like, I think there's a lot of groundwork, there's
It's
a
the
lot of,
same
like,
thing as
interesting
the other main
complexity,
characters.
but it's like, does it actually achieve anything in a narrative sense?
Tyrion moves around a lot, but like, what actually happened? Like, he mopes, he does a lot of thinking, he fucks up a lot of relationships, but like, what gets done?
I can't believe that we've never made this comparison before, but in a way, A Dance with Dragons is similar to House of the Dragon Season 2, because they cut off the conclusion.
We have made that comparison before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was clever.
It
of
was.
you.
Yeah. You actually thought it was really clever.
Did
when
I?
did it, yeah.
Oh, well,
And now you're trying to steal it from me.
I am trying to steal it from... look, all I've ever done is repeat your opinions.
There's no way
forgetting
that's
that I
true.
heard them from you. Yeah, they cut off the conclusion, and that does a weird thing to the story, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Elemist says, do you all still have the Nebula codes? Like the nuclear launch codes for Nebula?
You'll have to pay us more than that.
If you don't give us $1 billion, we will upload the extra long version of the fake Jon Snow and crash the Nebula servers. Ha ha! No, well, I'm sure it's in the video description, the Nebula codes. It is one of many ways that y'all can support us, is by signing up to Nebula with Glidus's link or Alt-Shift-X's link. And that'll give you access to the 22-hour-long fake Jon Snow video, along with
Some other
hours
stuff.
upon hours of extra House of the Dragon
there's
conversation.
so much Dragon Time. There's the entire season 1 of Dragon Time that's up only for supporters.
There's about 30 hours of us talking about House of the Dragon Season 1.
Oh my god.
That is exclusive to Nebula subscribers.
And you're telling me
or
you
to
can get
patrons.
it for only like $3 a month?
It's like $3 a month.
Or however much it is now. I haven't checked in a little bit.
It's something like that.
It's something like that. Thank you, Ukrainian Dynamite, who says, "Hi, Ultimate Swiffer Wetjet Plus and Glide Venus Razor. I don't like that I said all those words. The best part of my year is the one time I managed to catch your stream. Do you think the Littlefinger stealing Tyrek Lannister is a metaphor for my ex-wife taking the kids? Best wishes, happy Halloweeny." Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Someone else says, "Not hearing Glaboostian and Swifty talking at 2 times speed is trippy."
Weird.
Maybe we should do the stream in 2 times speed.
I think that we should talk in half the speed so that then people can hear us at 1 time by putting us on 2 times.
That would extend the watch time.
Thank you, Jarek Reifer, who says, "Hello, I don't have any clever nicknames.
That's great.
What is your favorite Australian music group, and why is it the Wiggles? Also, favorite Halloween song?
I do love the Wiggles.
What about Midnight Oil?
I do love Midnight Oil.
What
I
about
love In Excess.
Peter Garrett.
I love, well, yeah, Peter Garrett's alright.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he's alright.
He's all
I do
right.
love the Oils.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of Australian music I could recommend. Like my own. Oh, I have a gig. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Next weekend. Holy shit.
Whoa.
Everyone come on down to the Espy.
The Espy?
Yeah, the Espy. It's a venue you might have heard of.
The Espy is one of the most iconic music venues in the continent.
That's true. In whichever continent you happen to be in.
If you happen to be on the continent of Australia, you should come and see Glidus perform rock music at the iconic Espy
Wow.
in Melbourne.
Next-
in St Kilda, Melbourne,
Next Saturday
Australia.
night.
Uh,
Wow.
We'll put the link to the tickets in the video description.
There's going to
yeah?
be lamps on stage. I'm going to be playing a guitar for the first time.
You're going to get to see Glidus's hair
Whoa.
in person. It's better than Valar Targaryen's. Because in the trailer, Valar Targaryen has short hair. You've got long
I've got
Valar
long
Targaryen
hair with a gamer girl streak.
Come rock out and see
Yeah.
Materia. Yeah. Yeah, we'll put the link in the description.
Yeah, good idea, me. Thanks for reminding me about that, Jarek Reifer.
Thank you, Sir Kermit the Frog, who says, "I'm thankful for all your streams. Happy Halloween. Have a treat on me." I enjoy the rhyming in that particular sentence.
Yeah, that was a. Oh, actually, I'm thankful for all your streams. Happy Halloween and have a treat on me.
Streams and weens and treats on me.
Good. It's good. I'll have a Freddo Frog.
Thomas Nelson III. Happy Halloween, lads. Finally able to catch a live from the beginning. Been watching the backlog for years, and I've always loved your unique looks at this story. Thanks for all the years of laughs and insight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Scottish JH says Beric resurrected Catelyn as the resurrection was prophesied by the ghost of High Heart for him along with the death of Renly and Balon. Whew. A woman that was a fish. Dead she drifted with red tears on her cheeks. Did Beric do that because it was prophesied, or did he just do that and it was prophesied?
But the Ghost of High Heart didn't prophesy that Catelyn would come back to life. She just prophesied that Catelyn would die.
Yeah.
So, polite disagree. Thank you,
Smiley face, thumbs down.
Krivix, who says, "Happy Halloween, Glook and Splook."
Thank you.
Thank you, Katari Eichler, who says, "Gligar and Schwallet, thank you for making my Halloween better. Which A Song of Ice and Fire character would have the best Halloween costume?"
Okay, so Arya Stark would be the best at trick-or-treating, but I don't know if that's the same. Like, I think she could have a lazy costume. Like, probably Effort, because, like, Catelyn. But maybe Sansa has the best costume.
I think Loras Tyrell is pretty good at dressing up.
Do you think the entire... no, I'm trying to think which asswife family or, like, group of people could go as the Scooby Gang.
The Lannisters
Kingsguard,
in some
yeah.
messed up way. Yeah. No, I'm putting my money on Loris.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you for a ridiculously generous donation from
Dalthor.
Dalthor.
Sorry, it's voiced. I know that now. Dear Glithmunda and Schwifaidin, your channel has got me through many 16 to 20 hour work days in the past 2 weeks. That's ridiculous. Deadline was yesterday and I handed in 50 illustrations on time. Congratulations. Here's a few bucks to say thanks for getting me through to the other side. Thank you very much.
20-hour work days.
That's ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Dalthor is a wonderful illustrator.
Where can I see some of Dalthor's illustrations?
I sent you it's sort of a spoiler for my next video, which is up for my supporters. The George Corn one that I sent you.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
No, that was gorgeous. There's a beautiful illustration by Dalthor of George R. R. Martin with a cob of corn, and it brightened my day. It
It's
brightened
really
my
lovely.
week. I'd like to see more.
I'll try to find a way to put it into the video, but I'm not sure I'll be able to.
Wandering commenter says, Glunky, it's me from the VTPYTP. Take time for BOTB.
That's a lot of acronyms, but
OMG.
VTB. What is VTB doing there?
I don't know.
I'll think about that. But thank you.
Thank you, Sapphire Solstice, which is a pretty cool name.
That is cool.
Hey, Pokemon Glold and Schwilfter.
Nice.
Schwilver. Happy Halloween. Where would Argella Durandon and the garrison fall on the alignment chart? She kind of locked them into a castle which was about to burn to dragonfire because she was too proud to surrender. Yeah, so she was in Storm's End and she defied Oris Baratheon and almost, I suppose, was going to get her whole castle killed by her defiance, I suppose. But also she didn't want to give herself up to the Targaryens and Baratheons, so that makes some sense. Where would they fall on the alignment chart? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a lawfulness in sticking to her guns and sticking to her claim. But it's not... She doesn't do anything morally good, I don't think. Maybe she's like lightly evil, lightly lawful evil. But I mean, she's just trying to survive.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I saw a comment and I did sort of have to reevaluate what we said in the last stream about Brian Weber. You were going on about how, she's ambitious and like self-serving. She's also a woman trying to survive. Like
Yeah.
trying to find a marriage that's not going to be hell for her.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like we said, like in like this explicitly patriarchal world, it's easier to be like a lawful good, powerful man than it is to be a lawful good, powerful woman, just because they have less power and less agency. Like
Theo H. Yeah. Hey, Glowlands and Lady Schronhart. Have you thought about advertising the Pictionary Prince as the prince that were promised? That's a great idea. We should do that.
The prince that were promised. The t-shirts that were promised. The Omniwalder that was promised.
NR says, Dear Swifty, spooky reading voice, do spook to me.
Dear Swifty, spooky reading voice, do spook to me.
I see.
Hi, Swift and Glidus, says Sharon. If you had to plot the inevitable horror novella of Duncan Egg, what would it be?
Ooh.
P.S. Love your streams. They get me through insomnia. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween!
The horror Duncan Egg. I mean, I think that Duncan Egg... I think that George's intention is probably to end the Duncan Egg novella series with Summerhall, where Duncan Egg probably die. And I think that it is going to be deeply horrifying because our beloved favorite characters are going to die in fire because of Egg's questionable decision-making.
Horrible, tragic, prophetic, question mark.
And after, like, the dozen Duncan Egg novellas that George is totally going to finish, there's going to be so much weight and so much emotion behind the horror after all of the build-up and all the setup,
But if you're thinking of something more, like, classic, like, a little bit goofy horror, like Haunted House, I don't know, could they have it like a Scooby-Doo adventure in the Dreadfort?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could meet some scary witches in the Riverlands. They talk about going to the Wall. Maybe they could, encounter some kind of, Night Fort white situation, the thing that comes in the night. There could be some smaller scale little horror moments for Duncan Egg as well, for sure. I'm sure George would love to write something like that. Thank you, Anonymous, who says, "Hey fellas, glad to have caught a live one. Love you guys' work. Very excited for all the Arswife content next year."
Me too. It's going to be a very busy and fun year for us.
Catlin did nothing wrong.
Based.
Says, "Hello, Schwallis and Glommet. I feel like nobody talks about the ugly little girl chapter in Dance, given its spookery and how magical it is." What happens in the ugly little girl
Yeah,
one?
which one is that?
It's one where Arya takes
I mean, we're
on...
totally confirming what you're saying here by saying, which one was that?
Yeah, I off the top, I haven't read Arya's arc in A Dance with Dragons for a minute. But yeah, it's one of the identities that she takes on when she's like spying and learning, isn't it? I'll have to reread it before I can give you a proper opinion.
Classic.
Oh, is it when she's working for Brusco?
Yeah.
Who's like selling seafood. George really loves Arya in Bravos.
Yeah, I really wish he actually just did it and just wrote an entire book of her adventures in Bravos.
That'd be rad. Thank you, Vaughn1, who says, "My favorite horror bit has to be Tyrion in The Sorrows."
Oh, yeah.
The Sorrows is like a bit of a haunted house.
It's a very gothic setting.
And it's got that like bizarre bit where like the ship goes past the same bridge a couple times, and it's like this really bizarre, unique, magical event. And the Stone Men are there, and that's kind of where Tyrion does a bit of working out that young Griff is not Aegon Targaryen, and there's a lot of sort of like revelations and reflections going on in this strange, mystical setting. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And there's a giant turtle.
A giant turtle.
A giant turtle.
It's bigger than the boat, and it's a big boat.
Thank you, Lord Altschrift Flowers, who says, "Father, have you seen the Game of Thrones Warhammer 40k robots I have been painting and posting in your Discord?" What a brilliant combination of words. The Game of Thrones Warhammer 40k robots. I gotta check that out. Yeah, well, there is an Altschrift X Discord, and one of the good things about the Altschrift X Discord is that we announce when streams are happening in there, so it can be a way to be notified. Although, honestly, the Glidus Discord is much more active.
It's way more poppin'.
It's way more cool. Party at Glidus's house.
We have some crazy emotes going on.
There sure are.
You know that gif of George drinking Gatorade that you sent me? I rotoscoped that, and now it's an emote in my server. You can just have George drinking Gatorade in your Discord emotes if you just join my server.
Hydration in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wumpini Fusini. It says, "Hello, Shwoos and Glamsy Bolton. Do you guys think House of the Dragon Season 2 opener possibly answers why Benjen may have joined the Watch, especially if it came from George?"
Yes.
Yeah, so the
it is
opening
a very
of
strong possible explanation.
House of the Dragon Season 2, it introduces this new idea that the Starks used to sacrifice or give like 1/10 or one person. 1/10 or one person?
I think it was 1 in 10.
1 in 10 of their household, of the people at Winterfell, would just go and join the Night's Watch every year.
Or was that every winter?
Every winter, something like that. Which is cool. Like that does feel like something that might exist in the lore of the books. That feels like it's something that might have come from George. And yeah, maybe that does explain why Benjen joined the Watch. Maybe he just came up in the lottery. I personally I don't love that, just because it means it's not a choice.
Yeah, it's
and
not
I think
personal.
that a choice is always more interesting emotionally than just a lottery. But yeah, I mean, that could be part of it.
I think it's a lot more interesting if Benjen knows some secret and like sacrifices his future life to join the Watch, because like there's no mention of this tradition anywhere after the time in which House of the Dragon is set. So it feels to me as though like a lot of knowledge from that time, it's been forgotten. Like that might be part of like some weird pact with the White Walkers that has caused them to start re-emerging as of a Game of Thrones. Yeah, I think it's a lot more interesting if it's to do with the personal politics and relationships surrounding Benjen's life.
Yeah.
And that the whole 1 in 10 Starks go to the wall is forgotten, lost to time, and just sort of like happens to be echoed by Benjen and Jon.
It is very plausible, I think, that the Starks were meant to give Starks to the White Walkers through the Black Gate as a sacrifice regularly. and they stopped doing that.
They've been settling for Craster's Blackwood bastards because, of course, Craster is Bloodraven's son.
Yeah, I really like that idea. I really like that idea because if Craster is Bloodraven's bastard, then Craster is giving Targaryen-blooded babies to the White Walkers.
And the Blackwoods are just as good as they're equivalent to the Starks in terms of old godiness, right?
Oh,
Question mark, maybe.
Question mark. Thank you, Gaming Unicorn, who says, not much to say because I'm drunk after a Halloween party, 9:30 a.m. here, but I love your guys' streams. Thank you, Gloppy and Shifty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ciaran, who says, hi, Gladys and Swift. We already answered that
We
one.
already answered that one. Thank you. Wicked Willow says, Happy Ween, Glimkin and Schnock. Everyone seems to think the Summerhall letter references Dunk's valor, but isn't Bloodraven also a Lord Commander, saving his heirs for the purposes destroying evidence of presence there?
Well, that's a deep cut.
That
So
is.
in the World of Ice and Fire, there's a little bit of text that talks about the tragedy of Summerhall, and the text is blotted out, and it's so goofy because the world book in universe, it says that and the only record of what happened at Summerhall was written in this letter by this maester, but parts of the text were blotted out by maester's ink, so we can't read what it says. And what's really happening is that George doesn't want to reveal spoilers of what happened at Summerhall. And so he just hides little details. And I believe one of the fragments of text says that, something would have died, something if not for the valor of the Lord Commander, something. And so I think one of the most common interpretations is that Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Duncan the Tall, did something noble in order to perhaps save Rhaella and Rhaegar, etc. But I guess at that time, Bloodraven was Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and I guess theoretically he might have been there, because, Night's Watch people can come down and visit the South sometimes.
It's very rare for the Lord Commander to do it, though.
So, but, I guess it's possible that Bloodraven was at Summerhall, and it makes a kind of sense, because Bloodraven seems so connected to prophecy and such, and so, maybe Bloodraven convinced King Egg to do Summerhall. I think that's not impossible.
You should kill your entire family for some reason.
Yeah, and maybe Bloodraven knew that it would result in all the deaths, but Egg just thought that it would hatch dragon eggs, and I think that's not impossible.
Yeah.
As ever,
it does require Bloodraven getting there and being there, which is weird.
I think I mean, I think if
it's a fun interpretation of the letter, though.
How old was Bloodraven during Summerhall?
When was he born?
He would have been fairly old, and he also
170
would have been
or
Lord
something.
Commander, and he was a pretty sorcerous weirdo by that point. I think he's the weird uncle who no one ever sees, turning up at someone's quinceañera, and it's just what's going on here? What are you doing here, Uncle Brendan?
Yeah.
I'm getting a weird vibe.
Poor Rhaella Targaryens there.
Schubert says that the cause of the tragedy of Summerhall was that a Zorse kicked over a candle.
That must have
causing
been
a
it.
conflagration. I'm going to call that an S-tier theory. Shout out to Schubert Reads. Thank you, Chelsea Young. Thank you for the extremely generous donation. Thank you so much. Who says, howdy from California. My partner and I discovered you both during lockdown, and this is the first live stream we've caught. Your senses of humor is right up our alley. Alley. Thank you for both of all your videos. Consider this back pay. Cheers.
Thank you very much. That's so generous.
Thank you so much.
Just watching the videos is enough for us, but it's surreal that people are that generous.
We're happy that you'll enjoy.
I've just done some double checking, and Bloodraven would have been 83, 84 by the time of Summerhall.
Yeah, so not, yeah. He's definitely looking weird by that point. And I wonder, to what extent he's connected to the magic of the old gods at that point,
Also, he disappeared 7 years earlier.
Oh, there
so,
is that.
No, Bloodraven was not there.
Theory
Unless, like, he...
refuted.
No. The letter wouldn't refer to him as Lord Commander. Like, he wouldn't be in the letter if he was supposed to have been disappeared and was just at Summerhall for some reason.
I actually think that in a way that actually bolsters the theory, because I
Okay.
think it's actually suspicious that Bloodraven disappeared beyond the wall and presumably became a tree wizard 7 years before Summerhall happened. So maybe for those 7 years, Bloodraven was sending visions to King Egg, just like Bloodraven sends visions to Bran.
But do you think he was, like, physically there?
Well, no. I don't think he was physically there, but I think that it is very, very plausible that Bloodraven influenced Egg to do
Yes.
Summerhall.
The-
In fact, I think it's very likely.
Yeah, yes, now that we think about it. Like, that the otherwise sensible King Egg decided to set his entire family on fire.
Yeah.
Like, that's probably because his brain was being fucked with by creepy Uncle Brynden.
And you know, I don't want all the agency to go to Bloodraven. I
Well,
think
the only
that,
reason those prophecies, those visions work is because they're playing on feelings that already exist.
Yeah. And because it's similar to what we see Daenerys experience and Viserys in Hot D.
All of the dreams and mindfuckery throughout the series, I don't think that you can create an idea in someone's head. I think that you can egg them into a direction they were already considering. I
Egg.
think that Jaime already loved Brienne.
Yeah.
I think that Jon already wanted to choose the wall.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's not interesting storytelling if the magic can just instantly, completely change a character's motivations and emotions on a dime. It's more interesting if the dreams are more of a window and more of an expansion and an intensification of what was already there.
But then you do have cases like Jojen. Would Jojen have gone to seek out Bran were it not for visions?
He was
I-
influenced, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe my theory is a little holy there.
Thank you, Herb Beta Patched, who says, Jayor's Raven isn't being skin changed, it just has autism.
Ah.
Thank you, Mirajama 2003, who says, Greetings, Glidwood and Schwibble. Just wanted to stop by and say thank you for all the years of laughs. Can't believe I've been watching for almost 10 years.
Oh my god.
That can't be right.
That can't be right.
Y'all got me through many a night shift. Take my money before I sober up and come to my senses.
That's why streaming on Halloween was such a good idea.
Ha ha ha!
That explains that.
Everybody's tipsy on Halloween punch.
I mean, people have been extra super chatty today, which is, I mean, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Gabe, who says, thank you, Glimblecook and Schweit King, for everything you do. What would be on your nightly sigils?
Corn.
A bloodshot eyeball upon a field of pumpkins betwixt a crescent moon with a cackling witch. Yeah.
Actually, I think a person in the middle of transforming into a horse would probably be my sigil. I think
like an Animorphs cover.
yeah, like that Francie Sketch's
Yeah.
art of Tyrek in his Animorphs transformation.
Iconic art. Thank you, Sean Lavery, who says, Glumbaween and Schwahane. The Nightfort is the scariest place in Westeros because it's the seat of Queen Selyse. Wherever Selyse's seat has been, seems extremely spooky to me. That's what I think.
Yeah?
That's what I think.
I don't know, I think Selyse is quite boring.
I think that she's great because I think we all have met Selyse.
Yeah.
Like, we all have met people who are just a bit sour and a bit annoying and a bit demanding, and they are, like, sympathetic because they've experienced hardship, but also they suck still.
Yeah. What a great idea to give Stannis a wife like that.
I mean, Selyse is much like Stannis himself
Yeah.
because, like, they both have their grievances
And they both do
they're
their
just
duty.
kind of mean to everybody around them, and like they kind of like do their duty, but like they're just very unlikable. I mean, look, I like Stannis more than I like Shireen, but still, there's Selyse, but there's still similarities.
I don't like anyone more than I like Shireen. Shireen's the light that keeps the world aflame.
Thank you, Ryan Callahan, who says, hello from the US of A.
Which
First time
A?
catching you live. Always listen to your streams in the background of my college work. I can't help... I can't imagine that we're helping anyone get their homework done with us yapping in the background.
I don't think we're there to help them get the homework done. I think we're to help them you know, just be
Just be.
while having to do the homework.
Whatever helps you all to be. Thank you, Adam Prosser, who says, "Hey, Glies and Dolls Swift X.
Pretty good.
Favorite Flight of the Conchords song,
The
perhaps?
Beware to beware.
The distant future, the distant future. It's the year 2000.
Also a big fan of the hippopotamus and the rhinoceros. And Jenny, I love Jenny. What a great song.
Which one's Jenny?
The one where he's completely mistaken about the person he's talking to.
Nice. Thank you, Bedside Milk, who says... Meep. Thank you, Blimbus, who says, "Hey, Gleanland and Shripping Away."
Yo, Materia reference. Let's go.
Those are two of Glidus's band
Swipping
songs.
away.
I find it very inconsiderate that you stream at times that make sense in your time zone. Have you even thought about the fact that it's very late where I am? Rude.
You know, the thing is, we have thought about that a lot. And over the years, we've come to the understanding that we don't care.
It's always lunchtime somewhere. Whenever we stream, it's the perfect time for someone.
Yeah, there's literally no way to please every single demographic.
Thank you, Daniel Bat, who says, "Hello, Glicktober and Altschwifteween. Last stream, I was preparing for my attorney's exam, and I now passed.
Oh my god!
There's nothing spookier than an attorney."
Congratulations, you have obligations now.
Yeah, congratulations. That's not an easy thing to do.
We have welcomed another attorney into the world.
I hope you use your powers for good and not evil.
I mean, just a little bit of evil.
Evil.
You have a little bit of evil.
I hope you use your powers for an appropriate and tolerable amount of evil.
Yeah. Ezekiel Snow says, "Hi, glucose and sucrose."
Oh, I like that
That
one.
was simple, yeah. Hope you All Hallows Eve has spooky.
Glidus did not mispronounce that or
No,
misspeak.
why
That
would
is
I?
how it is written.
Do you think the weird seasons of Planetos is the reason why it seems like few cultures have celebrations like Halloween or Christmas, or is it just something Germ didn't think about?
I think that is a really good point. It would be really hard to have like regular seasonal festivals when the seasons are all over the place and they're unpredictable. So how do you like if you don't have the regularity, you can't have the regular festivals and stuff.
They have like they care about when it's New Year's because Joffrey's wedding happens on New Year's Day, right?
And don't they have like the Maiden's Day festival or something
Yeah.
at some
So there are a
point?
few things that are on set dates throughout the year. And then there's like your name day. But then yeah, a lot of holidays in human history and like going through to the current day are derived from seasonal celebrations. And the seasons are fucked. And like there's a harvest feast at Winterfell in the second book. And that's like it's the end of summer, it's the start of autumn, winter's going to happen at some point soon. So there's a big harvest feast. That's a seasonal celebration, but it can't happen every year because autumn doesn't happen every year.
Can you imagine being the maester in charge of drawing up the calendar each year?
Sounds like great fun.
What
Honestly.
a nightmare.
Nah.
What a nightmare.
Nah, inventing calendars sounds like awesome fun.
Thank you, Path to Spandy, who says, "Glendolyn Swifty, do y'all ever get hate mail?" I think most people who do things on the internet get some mean comments sometimes.
Yeah.
I think the key is usually not to look at it, is the key. But I would say that I am mostly overwhelmed by how nice everyone is
Yes.
on our channels.
I've been met mostly with mirth.
Met mostly with mirth.
Yeah.
The Glidus story.
That is the title of my memoir. My mirthful memoirs.
My mirthful memoirs. Yeah, no, I feel like mostly people are nice, and I'm grateful for that.
You see the occasional mean comment, but you see so many more happy, generous, thoughtful ones.
I think that like mean and nice is not the only axis here either. I think
Right.
I think the other thing is like there is such a thing as constructive feedback
Yeah.
and constructive criticism. Like I do also like welcome and appreciate constructive criticism. Like if we get something wrong, I appreciate it when someone says, "Hey, you fucked up, and here's how you can do better." Like I appreciate that. But there's also such a thing as unconstructive criticism, which is not helpful.
Yeah.
So you know, Feedback can be welcome. But I think that, like, you know, anyone who has been doing stuff on the internet for long enough learns that it's really important to, like, not pay too much attention to what people say online sometimes. Thank you, Paladinium, who says, "Hello, Glider and Schwabert. Dream Blunt Rotation. A Song of Ice and Fire edition. Go."
Interesting. Also, they're donating via streamlabs.com/glider/tip to remind people to donate via streamlabs.com/glider/tip because it's better.
It is better, that's true.
That's such a great point.
If you do a super chat through YouTube, YouTube takes a large chunk of the money.
You don't want Neil YouTube taking your money, do
Not
you? You
Neil
want us
YouTube.
taking your money.
So it is better to do it through streamlabs.com/glider/tip, because then no one takes a cut.
Which I believe should be the top link in the description.
It is.
It is. Okay, great.
Dream Blunt Rotation. Halland Reed, Hallis Mollen,
Easy.
and Mage Mormont. Done.
Mage Mormont.
Yep.
I think, like, post what, like, let's forget there's a war going on. Like, let's say we can have a few hours to hash out our differences. Asher Greyjoy.
Nimble Dick Crab and
Nimble
Asher
Dick.
Greyjoy.
Podrick in a few years.
Yep. I love it. You want him to be at the age of majority before he's imbibing
But he seems like he's gonna be chill.
Yeah, no, I see that. Even after he's been hanged, though, I think that kid might.
Nah, it'll be fine.
I wonder what George's plans were for Podrick after the 5-year gap. There's an entire, like, alternate Song of Ice and Fire series where George did do the 5-year gap, and I'm so fascinated what characters like Podrick would have become.
Well, Edric Dane becomes Darkstar, right?
I do like that theory. And isn't there all that stuff about who's the windblown character who people think is Brienne with Pretty Meris?
Yeah, right.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is an interesting idea.
Thank you, Sarah Lan, who says, "Evening, my lords. If I may ask, what do y'all think happened to Benjen? Also, what would be the best place to send fan art of y'all and/or a Song of Ice and Fire? Many thanks. Your streams have helped me through many a tough time and are greatly appreciated."
Thank you very much.
If you want to send stuff, I guess the Glidus Discord is probably a good place.
Yes. I'm pretty online. Discord.
I sometimes forget to turn my modem on, but Glidus is pretty good at seeing
keeping
things.
my modem on. Yeah. I also have an email address somewhere listed that's just hidden behind a button you have to click to confirm that you don't represent Raid Shadow Legends.
You have to, like, pass a series of trials in order to acquire someone's email address, just to make sure that you're serious and you're not some kind of a spam bot. It's always got to be a little bit mysterious, I think.
What happened to Benjen?
He got a cold. Maybe he's just alive and he's just out there. Maybe he'll just come back.
That's crazy.
Well, that's hard to believe because it's been pretty hairy north of the Wall, hasn't it?
He's screaming in one of the caves in Hardhome.
Oh. He became Dario. He became Cold Hands.
Genuinely, he became Mormont's Raven.
He joined the Windblown. He's in a shy. I don't know. I do not know what happened to Benjen.
He's probably dead.
I do not know what happened to Benjen. I think that John will find out one way or another.
Yeah. I don't know. There's that moment in the Game of Thrones where Jon's like, "I'm going to find out what happened to my uncle," and Tyrion thinks, "And who will find out what happens to you? Who will go searching for you, Jon Snow?" And it's like Tyrion's questioning Jon's cycle of seeking answers, and it's like, well, you're gonna go out there and get lost as well. So that just makes me think that Jon isn't gonna get all the answers he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it's been said before that, like, the list of unsolved mysteries in this series is pages long. Like, even if George wanted to, he could. Even if George published 2 more books and had an answer to a mystery on every chapter, if there's 100 more chapters, if he published 100 more Song of Ice and Fire chapters and he answered one mystery in every chapter, there'd still be 100 mysteries left unsolved.
Yeah, which is great. It should be that way.
So Benjen may be one of those unsolved ones.
But maybe not. And I think he died. And I think the case for him being the one skin-changing Mormont's Raven is actually quite strong. It's really nice to see a great new theory come about in fucking 2025. That was a Quinn the GM. And I believe Michael Talks About Stuff made a very similar theory at the same time.
Suspicious.
Haven't watched it.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Vladdy, who says, Gimp and Schlop, very excited to have caught you guys live this time. Here are some shekels for all the brain rot you two have provided.
Brain rot?
Do we make brain rot?
We make brain nutrients. We're nitrogen-fixing bacteria that make your brain produce really great things.
we like to think that we fertilize the brain by talking shit. We provide nutritious brain manure to sprout new little leafy thoughts. That's what we try to do.
Yeah, brain sprouts.
Brain sprouts. Thank you, Dr. Fuzzy Pants, who says, Tyrak Lannister sends his regards. Stabs Varys with a carrot. This is exactly what I needed. Thank you, lads. It would be really funny if, like, Tyrek murdered Varys. It was like, he's been, like, abducted by Varys and he's cross about it. And so he just tramples him betwixt his hooves.
He picks up a cob of corn with his hooves and shoves it in Varys' heart.
Like, I just love it when, like, random side characters have agency. Maybe I do want Barbary Dustin to kill Roose Bolton.
That would be pretty fucking sick, wouldn't it?
Cool.
Stake through the heart.
Cool.
Cool.
Thank you, Wessel Van Dam 2000, with a very generous donation.
That is
Thank
very
you.
nice, thank you.
Who says, thanks so much for all the work you put in your videos and live streams. Do you reread a lot to prepare for these streams, or do you know everything off the top of your heads? Also, donating through Streamlabs is such a breeze. I recommend it to all.
There's never been a problem with Streamlabs.
Isn't Streamlabs just so great to use?
I love donating through Streamlabs.
That's one of my favorite places to donate. Do we prepare and reread? You seem to have mistaken me for my grunkle Alt-Shift-X. Alt-Shift-X is the kind of person who would make a spreadsheet and lots of footnotes
A list
and
of
study
quotes and
up.
passages.
Bloody Alt-Shift-X would spend days researching and preparing for a stream or a video.
He's
but-
probably got a Word document that like breaks his computer when he opens it.
He's probably been spending weeks trying to reformat a Word document so that his Ice and Fire notes will still be legible to the human brain. But no, old Swift-X, I'd never prepare. For me, it's all natural, baby. Right from the dome, every time.
That's not in the script, what you just said.
Right? Oh shit, we're off script. Oh
Yeah.
no, we've got to start over. I will say that Glidus has a better like memory for this stuff than me. I think especially with the TV show. Like you remember a lot of details, and even stuff like the names of actors and like what happened in which episode. You're much better at that than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that your recall in the books is better than mine. Yep.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of how we function. I think symbiotically is that we remember different details, and our brain boxes work in slightly different ways, so
Yeah.
that we so it works pretty good.
I pick the parasites off your back, and you keep the larger predators away from me and my family.
Those delicious nits.
Anyway, Dragon Targaryen, I've been wondering about that. Says, hey Glidus and Swift, do you two have any spooky encounters, like paranormal, anything spooky? Love you to keep producing amazing content. Thank you. Anything spooky happen to you?
I don't believe that I've ever seen a ghost or an alien. You can have some pretty weird experiences in your brain, though. Like, you can just experience some stuff, for
Yeah,
sure.
just like choose to experience something.
Yeah, man. I think that tarot cards are pretty cool. I recommend tarot cards, Ouija boards. I think that they can be tools for introspection.
I was about to be cynical, but then I recalled a moment when I must have been like 17 or 16, where like I had a tarot reading and I did feel like there was something else going on in the room. I felt there was more happening than what was actually happening.
I have performed multiple tarot readings for skeptical people who became less skeptical after the tarot reading. Not because they believed in magic, but because they found something that resonated with
Yeah,
them.
not because like the paranormal made itself apparent, but because something within themselves did.
Because fiction is something that produces thoughts and feelings, and sometimes those thoughts and feelings can produce insight. and that's cool. That's cool. Do
Also-
tarot cards,
also
but
a-
maybe don't put crystals in your butt. That's sort of like where I land
Okay.
on the occult. Yes, tarot cards, no butt
No
crystals.
butt crystals.
But that's just my opinion.
I did date a ghost for a little bit there.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Messy stuff.
Ectoplasm everywhere.
Everywhere.
Thank you, Thorgear, who says, Happy Halloweenies, Shweddy versus Gleason. That's good. The scariest thing about A Song of Ice and Fire is that Winds is probably never coming out. And yet,
And
as Marwyn says, as Marwyn the Maester says, prophecy's all nonsense. The prophecy that the Winds of Winter is going to come out, it's all nonsense. It's never going to happen.
Bite your dick off.
And yet, maybe it will. What if it does, Thorgear? What if the Winds of Winter does come out? Thank you, Jack Delanotti, who says, Hey, Glock and Stock.
Glock and stock 'em.
That's pretty good. That's like if we were like action
Yeah, if we were
fighters.
like cops in a buddy action comedy.
Yeah. Opinions on Twin Peaks, perhaps?
Perhaps.
People keep telling me to watch Twin Peaks. We should watch Twin Peaks.
I have watched the first episode of Twin Peaks and I loved it, and I'm really keen to watch the rest of it.
Twin Peaks stream, mayhaps.
Hmm.
Hello, can someone just collate all of the
We need
stream
to-
ideas that we've said during this stream, and because we're not going to
can't keep
remember
track
all of
them,
these.
yeah.
If someone can like,
It's because every stream we think of 5 new streams to do.
yeah, please comment the streams that you want us to do. Thank you, Brian Uisi, who says, Hi, Glenn and Sean. Love your work. What do you think Jon, Daenerys, and Tyrion would major in university? Would you be friends with any of them if you went to the same uni?
Tyrion would definitely major in dragonology. He's just obsessed with dragons, like the study of dragons, right?
I think that Tywin would bully Tyrion into
true.
studying business and economics.
True.
But what Tyrion would really want to study is like
Literature.
and social studies.
Yeah.
And so I think Tyrion would
He'd do a winemaking breadth class.
yeah, and I think he'd try and rebel against Tywin, and it would be a whole thing.
Yeah.
Would we get along with Tyrion? I feel like Tyrion would be difficult to be friends with, because like he might
He's
be
just nasty.
fun with a yap some of the time, but then like he's in some depressive period, or he's just being
Yeah.
cruel. He is sometimes cruel. So I don't know if I'd be mates with Tyrion. Daenerys is intense. I mean, Daenerys, like, we meet Daenerys at a weird time in the A Song of Ice and Fire books, because
Yeah.
Daenerys, like, there is not one moment in Daenerys's life in the books where things are normal or stable. If Daenerys was just like a person going to university, she might be a very like chill, normal person, but like her circumstances are so extreme. It's hard to imagine what Daenerys' personality would be if she weren't traversing the Red Waste or trying to keep a lid on an explosive political situation.
Yeah, but what would she study in uni? Like just guess. Just guess.
Geology.
Geology.
Yeah.
That sounds cool.
Shiny rocks.
I think that Daenerys seems like someone with such an open mind that she would go to university and do the thing where you just get an arts degree and like do something else later.
She'd
'Cause,
do
like,
an arts
you can do
degree.
anything in an arts degree.
She wouldn't even have like a major though, because she just does one of every different
Yeah,
topic.
exactly. What about Jon Snow?
He'd just be brooding and going, calculus is
Yeah, I was going to
so
say
difficult.
like engineering or science or medicine.
The hypotenuse.
The broody degrees.
Yeah, physics is like made of numbers. I think that John would be a bit too like withdrawn and broody to like make friends with. Like it'd be a bit tricky to connect with. But maybe if he came out of his shell, maybe he'd discover the joy of pickup basketball, and then you could just make
I
pals
would love
that
to
way.
play hacky sack with Jon Snow in the quad.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Zeke Ludlow, who says, Question for Glolgers and Blutschwift Jacks.
That's us.
What do you think the greatest power, whether magical or political or military, is in A Song of Ice and Fire?
Humanity, love,
Friendship,
hope.
forgiveness, and dragons.
Yeah. Nuclear bombs, but also like collective power and hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's partly a series about what is power, and the answer is power is what we believe, which is constructed through stories, political stories, personal stories, expectations, hopes, dreams. So power is something that we construct through words, and also big stompy lizards.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brennan Lee Mulligan. Do you
No
think
way.
that's the actual Brennan Lee Mulligan?
I don't know what that currency is, but I reckon Brennan Lee Mulligan would probably be donating it with US dollars.
Brennan Lee Mulligan says, "When are you lads inviting me to the show?" It's an open invitation anytime,
Yeah,
Brennan.
anytime, man.
Anytime. Thank you, Lion of Gondor, who says, "I went to work dressed as Jon Snow. It was so fun.
I went to work dressed as Glidus. It was great.
I went to work dressed as Alt Shift X. And no one knew who
that
I
would
was
work,
dressed
wouldn't
as.
it? That would work really
work.
well.
I know it's a surprise. Like, I had to change my look pretty drastically to look like Alt Shift X, but it was a fun costume.
My grandmother was actually an identical twin, and she and her identical sister worked at different branches of the same bank.
Oh, that's funny.
So you better believe they pulled that prank a few times.
That's funny.
It was like her sister didn't feel like going into work, and she had the day off, so she went in and like she got the money for it, obviously. But like,
Is that true? Is that a
yeah.
true story? That's cool.
yeah,
Thank you, Lord Hoss McCoy, who says, "Howdy,
howdy.
yeehaw." Thank you, Katie, you old fool. I'd love to know which old fool you're referring to.
You old fool, Katie. You old fool.
Hi, asterisk and cross. Churning through
Is that the
yours.
Orthodox cross?
I think it's like a special footnote marker,
Interesting.
isn't it? Like you can put a little asterisk,
yeah.
or you can put a little crucifix, or you can put a little double thing. Like it's the
That's
different
wild.
kinds of footnotes.
Is that you or me? Do you think?
I identify with the asterisk personally.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Churning through yours and the Girls Gone canon backlogs
My
has been
girlies.
keeping me sane post breakup. Any other A Song of Ice and Fire content recommendations? Love your stuff.
House of the Dragon.
Uh,
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The books.
Everything that Paul Quentin has ever written on Tumblr, and also the Notacast podcast, pretty good. But as I said, I mean, there's so many great Ice and Fire content creators.
Yeah, like we ourselves can't keep up with like even knowing what's going on, let alone consuming it ourselves.
Thank you, Matty Boo, who says, "Hi, Gochi and Shuzat. Thank you for the hours upon hours of entertainment you've provided whilst I work through grad school. If this stream were from Cersei's point of view, what would be the top of spooky list? Well, Tyrion in the walls. Tyrion creeping through the walls. I mean, that's why she
Yeah.
burns down the Tower of the Hand in Book 4.
Marjorie Tyrell is very spooky.
Just people
Yeah, anyone,
in general.
anyone who looked at me
Just humans who aren't her or her twin.
or her children.
Anyone who might talk back to her or challenge her in any way. She's, I think she might be a little bit insecure.
Maggie the Frog,
Maggie the Frog.
pretty spooky to Cersei, I think.
Just women. She's
Any
a bit afraid
woman,
of women.
yep. Except Taina,
I mean,
who
like,
she should be more afraid of than most women.
because, like, men, she feels fairly comfortable trying to control through sex.
It's very funny watching Aurane Waters just like leave.
Well, yeah, I mean, she happens to be wrong about her
Yeah.
ability to control people, but she's a bit more scared of women than she is of men in general, I think. I am enjoying the theme of so many viewers being in university and getting degrees at education and stuff. That's cool. I love all the learning that is happening.
Yeah.
Not happening in our streams,
No,
obviously.
not at all. No, you put our stream on to distract yourself from the learning.
We're actually undermining everybody's education. Thank you, Sean Lavery, who says, "Hey Glomby and Schwiftula. Hot take. The show visiting Valyria is better than the book spending 4 paragraphs talking about the Royne and Savas."
Not so vast.
It's a lot more than 4 paragraphs. It's about 4 chapters. Yeah, I mean, it was a brief jaunt in the show, for sure. But Tyrion in A Dance with Dragons is certainly one of the slower plot lines
More
that perhaps
ponderous.
does not get a whole lot done. So yeah, I think that it's fair to critique that for sure.
Well, the sorrows of the Croyane, and it's just such a the plot line that goes down in Valyria into the show just makes a lot more sense in the books.
What's it called? Like the bridge of
The
hope
bridge of-
or the bridge of
The Bridge
dreams
of
is
Love.
broken.
Yeah.
And it's like that's like
Aw.
that's George Martin's least subtle symbolism ever.
Where
when
a
Tyrion is
thousand
feeling
marriages were
broken.
sealed with a kiss, and it's destroyed. Love is destroyed. Dreams are destroyed.
Because Tyrion just murdered his girlfriend. Subtle, isn't it? Subtle. This is a subtle nod to murder. This is a subtle nod to sadness.
Domestic violence.
Thanks for the donation from Hairless Oyster.
Oh my god, it's Hairless Oyster.
Hope you're staying hydrated, Hairless Oyster. Who says, "Hey guys, do you think George even had half of the 20 most popular fan theories in mind when he wrote the books? The only mystery we've actually revealed so far is the cat's paw dagger, and the answer we got was pretty silly."
I don't think that's true. I think that the John Aaron murder mystery has been revealed and that it was awesome.
It was awesome. I think that Duncan Egg is fun as a microcosm because, like, it has payoffs and reveals.
It's all self-contained within each novella, yeah.
It's self-contained, and so we see how, like, the dream logic works with, like, Daeron's dead dragon dream and how that leads to the death of Baelor. And so, like, I think Duncan Egg kind of, like, supports the logic of, like, how payoffs and how dreams work. And, like, you know, the way that Daeron, the Drunken's dream, comes true in an unexpected way is similar to how, say, Cersei's Valancourt dream might come true in an unexpected way by having Jaime murder Cersei, you know? So I think that a lot of the theories are pretty dead on, and it's all but confirmed that R plus L equals J is true in the books. Like, it's not officially confirmed in the books, but
come on.
George Martin has very nearly admitted that, yeah, like, that's happening in the
He's
books
done,
as well.
like, it's so insane that he's played it close to his hand for almost 30 years now.
It's nuts. It's all a bit wink, wink, nudge, nudge at this
Yeah.
point.
As for, like, whether he had all of those theories in mind when he wrote the books, I bet he had 10,000 other things as well as those in mind. I think that one of George's, like, great virtues and also problems is that he considers fucking every possibility he could.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think that, like, I mean, certainly some of the fan theories are just going to be completely wrong. I tend to think a lot of, like, the 20 most popular fan theories, I think that George probably did intend most of them. However, I do think that over the last 13 years, over the years since 1991, when he started writing A Game of Thrones, I think in all that time, suddenly George has changed his mind about a lot of things, and he has said as much on his blog. So, yeah, I'm sure that we will be surprised when The Winds of Winter comes out.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone was surprised when Feast and Dance came out, like, and the story exploded. No one predicted any of that, I think.
We may well, instead of getting, like, the answers that we expected, we'll just get 1,000 more questions that we didn't expect.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Thank you, Matthew Shoemaker, who says, "Hey, Gallbladder and Shin.
Wow.
Since I presume y'all are Aussies, are you guys Volkanovski and MMA fans? And if so, which fighters from Westeros do you think could do the best in the octagon?" I don't know anything about MMA.
I don't know anything about any of that. I know what an octagon is. Great shape.
One of my favorite polygons.
And I think that Gilly would have a lot of fun in an octagon, just like looking at all the sides and being like, there are 8.
She'd say 1, 2. That's not her accent, but she'd say there's 8 sides. Sam, that's called an octagon.
And yes, Gilly, that's an octagon.
Oh. You know, if they added a side, it'd be a nonagon.
That's a funny word.
Yeah. Thank you, Jackson Carroll, who says,
I think the mountain would be good in the octagon.
I think the mountain would do pretty well indeed.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Thank you, Jackson Carroll, who says, "Hi, Ghoulidus and Swift X. Have you considered that Game of Thrones characters travel faster in later seasons, aided by Artemis Fowl fairy technology?"
That must be it.
So, like, Artemis Fowl is a wonderful children's young adult fantasy series by Owen Colfer, which I adore. And
Have we not talked about Artemis Fowl?
sure,
There's even an adaptation that we could talk about.
there is. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, they announced a Disney Artemis Fowl movie, and I was like, what a wonderful excuse to talk about Artemis Fowl. Judi Dench is in it. Judi Dench
Dame Judi Dench.
in an Artemis Fowl movie. Like, what could be better?
You tell me 10 years, me at 10 years old that that's going to happen. I'm screaming.
But
I was already screaming because I was hyperactive, but you know.
It was all that green cordial. See, that's a callback.
It's true.
I couldn't even get through the movie. It's so bad. It breaks my heart. But the Artemis Fowl movie is not good. I'm sorry
it's
to
not.
say.
It's not good.
Yeah. I think there
Books are great fun though.
I think there are graphic novel adaptations though. That's kind of cool.
That sounds cool. I really loved the supplementary material for those books.
What's the supplementary material?
Like what was it? The Artemis Fowl files, or is full of all sorts of like there were puzzles you could do, and as a kid, it's like, oh yeah, I'm smart because I'm doing this puzzle designed for me to be able to do.
That's cool.
And it's like a bunch of just extraneous information that Owen didn't put in the actual books.
Yeah, that's cool. I never saw those. Thank you, Long Jane Heddle, who says, guest right doesn't mean so much as it used to. Not since me lady came back from the wedding.
It's true.
Yeah, Lady Stoneheart.
See, that's the thing. We're deriding the social contract. It doesn't mean as much anymore. People don't trust each other.
Thank you, BMWs Might Be Cool, who says, hello, GT7274 and Schwack Cooper. I must hate ever getting a sequel. My favourite books are A Song of Ice and Fire, and my favourite game is Titanfall. Anyway, have some shillings for making my long car journeys fun.
Thank you.
I've always assumed that the day that The Winds of Winter comes out, we'll also get Half-Life 3.
Yeah.
But I mean, we got Silksong, so everything's possible.
It's true.
Thank you, Sean Byrne, who says, well, lads, merry Halloween. For Swift, will there be a Dune 2 review? I'd love to hear your thoughts on the new movies as adaptations. Also, if you had to dress up as a Song of Ice and Fire character for Halloween, who would you pick? I have been haranguing my grunkle Alt-Shift X.
It's been a haranguing mind.
I've been haranguing Shift to make a Dune 2 video, and Shift insists that it is happening. However, it's been taking a while, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So Shift better hurry the hell up before the third Dune movie comes out next year.
Yeah. Is that coming out next year?
Next year.
Oh my god.
It's scheduled for the end of next year.
Oh, at least it's the end.
So, yeah, I too would like to watch some videos about Dune 2 because Shift has some thoughts. I have some thoughts too. Look, I'll tell you this. If Shift doesn't put out a big Dune 2 video soon, then I'll have to do a big Dune video.
Oh my god.
If Shift doesn't do it, I will. I think that's the only reason Shift gets anything done is because I threatened
Yeah.
to overtake him.
Yeah.
You know? That's always what happens.
He's just scared that our channels are going to get bigger than his.
Yeah, it's true. He's just jealous.
Yeah.
He's just jealous of us. If we had to dress up as an Ice and Fire character, I want Titos Blackwood's Raven Feather
That
Cloak.
sounds awesome. I think I could do Blood Raven.
You reckon?
Yeah.
You're gonna put the wine stain birthmark on your face and
Yeah.
the eye patch?
Yeah. Have a worm coming out of my skull.
Oh, we're talking like zombie
Yeah.
tree Blood
Yeah.
Raven. Okay.
I don't know. I'm already sort of doing Valar Targaryen.
You're halfway there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anonymous, who says, caught another one live. Just take all my money.
Okay.
After paying for Tame Impala tickets, this entertainment is a reasonable price.
Yeah, concert tickets be like that. Not the Materia concert. That's only like $20 or something.
We'll put
You know.
put the link in the description to see Gliders live.
Thanks very much. I hope you enjoy Tame Impala.
Thank you, Owen Doc, who says, second tome requesting Spiffy versus Glitterous cage match. I'm not entirely sure what that competition would look like. I'm not sure what Owen is envisaging.
Where we both get in the cage together and theorize.
Whoever can eat the most pages in an hour
You are fucked.
wins. No, I think you would win.
I've been Joey Chestnut on the grind set, stuffing those pages down my gob day in, day out in preparation for the big day.
Joey Chestnut.
You know, Joey Chestnut, the world eating competition, the speed eating competition.
Is that his real name?
Joey Chestnut, the hot dog guy.
Oh, that's awesome. What a name.
Yeah.
Thank you, irresponsible captain, who says, Glusband and Schweif, where is the story of Bonifer Hasty going? I have to know.
Well, he has Dark Sister.
No, he doesn't. Don't
Yeah,
be
he does.
silly. Don't be silly.
Of course he does.
Yeah, Bonifer Hasty and the Holy Hundred. Where's he going?
What
It's Harren Hall?
It's such a cool idea. Bonifer Hasty and the Holy Hundred. It's like George plucked this adventure serial he could have written and just put it in Westeros.
What if there were people who really believed in this god thing? Look, I hope it goes great for Bonifer Hasty. Because, like, I think Ice and Fire is usually cynical about religion, but it occasionally gives us people like Maribald and the elder brother who are like, oh, these people, like, are actually good and they actually believe. Like, we see that the High Septons are super corrupt and, you know, that's why the whole Sparrow thing happens. But it's cool to see people who actually seem to have good intentions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, what is Bonifer Hasty's mission at this
I
point?
mean,
Is it
he's
to
charged
liberate
with
Harrenhal? I
fucking
don't remember.
Harrenhal, and that can't be good. That never goes well for anyone.
Yeah, that's probably not going to end well, but we will find out.
Our hearts go out to him, but it doesn't seem good. Egg says, "Hey guys, where would the clout on the ear rank on the spooky tier list?"
I'll ring your head like a bell out of 10. Thank you, Arcus Thiel, who says, "Hey, Glimgooly Blue and Jaeger Schwifter.
Wow.
It's 4 a.m. here, and after a night of great decision-making, I fear I might lack the faculties to appreciate your top-notch analysis.
That must be it. It couldn't possibly be that we've been dropping the ball.
Looking forward to the VOD, lads. Love from Germany. Nighty-night."
Nighty night.
I think that our analysis might hit harder after a few Jaeger Schwifters and Glimgooly Blues.
That's
but,
how we do it.
Yeah.
Blue, that's the good stuff.
Thank you, Narski. He says, "Happy Halloween, Dragon Boys. Which Ice and Fire character would you dress up for Halloween if you had an unlimited budget?"
Drogon. Caraxes.
I think I'd go Dongo the Doomed. Dongo is the name of that giant
Yeah.
who gets killed at the Battle for the Wall in Season 4.
I would be the old man of the river, the giant turtle.
Oh, that's a great pick. That's a
Yeah.
great pick.
I would be Ashai.
That's a challenging one. That's a challenging one.
I would be the Citadel. The High Tower would be a good cosplay. Get a oily black stone base. Dress
just-
up like a giant lighthouse.
It's just like it's a shiny black dress and then a very tall hat
Yeah.
with a fire on the top.
Yeah.
You just look like a candle.
Darth Greenhand says, Schweiman and Glarfunkel, my favorite casters, along with Keegan Sheldon of the Nietzsche podcast. I don't know that. I dreamed that you have collabed before and will collab again in this eternal return of the live stream.
Does Darth want us to collaborate with Friedrich Nietzsche?
I'm down.
Oh, yeah, I'm down if Nietzsche is down.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sylvie Breback, who says,
Yippee!
"Thank you for my peoples," who says, "I like In Deep Geek's theory that the wildlings burned it down to stop a grayscale outbreak, and the wailing was Stone Man survivors living in the caves."
That's in reference to Hardhome, because we were talking about Hardhome 2 hours ago.
Yeah, and I guess the idea of like demons and ghouls remaining in the ruins of Hardhome could refer to surviving Stone Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a
Yeah.
bad theory. Not a bad theory. Thank you, BMWs Might Be
I
Cool,
like that.
who says, "Hello again, fair Gluinevere and King Schwaffer. I'm always amazed that nobody ever talks about how Cannibal and Shaggy Dog are described exactly the same. Coal black with bright green eyes. Maybe this theory holds some water."
Yeah, I'm convincing myself that Cannibal is on Skagos.
To what end?
It's cool.
For what purpose?
It's another dragon.
Maybe like Rickon will try to claim Cannibal and will fail.
Maybe Davos will try to claim Cannibal
I
and
think-
succeed.
I think it'd be very funny if Rickon got eaten by Cannibal. Because, like, you know, people have observed that Rickon's direwolf is named Shaggy Dog.
Yeah.
And Shaggy Dog is a word for a long, rambling story that ultimately goes nowhere and amounts to nothing. And I think it'd be very funny if
Yeah.
Rickon underwent this long and winding tale, which ultimately just ends up with him getting randomly eaten by a dragon that no one even knew existed.
That is an extraordinary joke.
Like, that would be very funny. And, like, maybe the reason why George does this is just to, like, get Davos out of the picture for long enough for Stannis to
To
burn
kill
Shireen.
Yeah.
So, like, that, it kind of makes some sense. It kind of makes some
There you
sense.
go. It's confirmed. Cannibal will eat Rickon and it will be hilarious.
Thank you, Ledness. And thank you, insert first name here, insert last name here. Hi, Shroodle and Glimmet. If you can guess what type of Pokemon Shroodle and Glimmet are, I'll donate another $10.
Wow. I think we'll have to take our own on. Like, who do you think Strudel is?
I think Strudel is a grass and water type.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Glimmet makes me think of Glimora, whose typing I can't actually remember.
I think Glimmet is dark electric.
I think there's rock in there.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
see that.
I think it's like poison rock or something.
Thank you.
Maybe dark rock. Oh, that's an awful typing.
Thank you. Like from like a competitive.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
4 times weak to fighting.
Oh no.
Very common defensive type. I'm
You'll get
fucked.
taken down by a Hitmonchan.
It's true. Well, I mean, the best of us.
Thank you, Sean Lavery, who says Glowlock and Schwinsmith.
It's good.
Given the love for squishes, have either of you played Dredge? Creepy, Lovecraftian fishiness.
No, I haven't.
I think I saw the Zero Punctuation Yahtzee review of Dredge, and I was like, that sounds like a good video game. And then I didn't play it.
Classic reaction to a zero punctuation review, or fully ramblomatic as it is these days.
I've just got like so much like respect for Yahtzee just doing the same thing for like 15 years.
His format has remained completely unchanged.
And 15 years ago, it was pretty good. And now, today, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
Like
times have changed around him, but it's still working.
like there are some creatives who just like completely reinvent what they do every year and are constantly pushing themselves and challenging themselves. And Zero Punctuation is not that. I mean, obviously Yahtzee, I hear, writes novels and stuff. So like maybe Yahtzee is, content with Zero Punctuation or whatever it's called
Staying
now,
the same.
being the same thing
Yeah.
forever, but as other arenas that are evolving. And that, like, not to get into it, but like I'm a big believer in that idea of having like multiple different creative projects for different
You?
purposes.
Never.
I know. I mean, you'd never know.
I mean, I'm recording an a cappella album while putting off my flagship series.
yeah. Well, I guess we both do a bit of that. I think there's something to be said for like doing some creative projects that are super ambitious in one way, and then do some projects that are just like a bit more conventional that you already know how to do, and like different things for different purposes, different vibes. It's like, I think that's a good way to learn
Yeah.
and have fun creatively.
So long as the main thing can still like sustain.
Yeah. Well, also you need to eat, but that's a
That's its own thing.
that's a separate and also
I was-
related problem.
I was considering the old Plinkett videos not too long ago. I was like, those videos came out in what, 2009, the Phantom Menace one?
Yeah, a long time ago.
And I was like, I still think that's a good video,
Oh yeah.
but like, I wonder if it would still work today. And then recently they made another one, and I was like, oh, cool, Mr. Plinkett still works.
Yeah, it's surprising when that stuff ages well, because you would think that it's so specific to an era and so specific to a culture. I mean, like, we're biased.
The Mr. Plinkett video, those reviews are foundational to formats that are still going on YouTube today.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we're biased because we're nostalgic for it, and I wonder if
True.
young people, the kids these days coming up, I wonder if they are going to have Mr. Plinkett land in the same way. I suspect it might not.
Do the kids think Strong Bad's cool?
Do the kids watch video essays, or do they just watch TikToks?
Some of them are watching video essays. Thank you.
Thank you, Nahian.
Thank you, Schmeat, who says, greetings, Swiftamundo. Any idea when that Alt-Shift-X fellow is releasing more Dune content? I feel like we've addressed that.
Yeah, Alt-Shift-X is working on a bunch of Dune videos, and I keep throwing overripe tomatoes at him and shouting at him to finish them. Things are in the works. Thank you, Ariel Honan, who says, Schwappy Glidoween!
Schwappy Glidoween to everyone.
Can we please make a Schwappy Glidoween t-shirt? With like a big dumb pumpkin on it? Let's do that. Can someone please put that in the comments so we remember to do that? Thank you, Shay Butter, who says, hello, Glido Glabbins and Radagast the Swift.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you both for the entertaining streams and amazing new content. You'll have been carrying me through this extremely stressful semester. Keep up the amazing work. Can't wait for the Kotsk videos.
Me too. I can't wait to see what format we land on.
We still haven't decided what we're going to call Dragon Time, our long-form chats about each episode of the upcoming Game of Thrones shows. We don't know whether to still call it Dragon Time, or if we're going to call it Dunk Time, or Horse Time, or the Egg Hour, or what we're going to call it.
Duncan time.
Duncan time.
I think Dragon Time, like just keeping the name of the series is probably the way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes a mistake to figure out something that works and then feel the need to change it. Sometimes you don't need to change it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Angel Brightflame, who says, you kind of forgot about the Shrouded
How
Lord.
dare you? I'll never forget about the Shrouded Lord.
He was shrouded. He was being mysterious
He's
and
so
elusive.
lordly.
Thank you, Rosarius, who says, Happy Halloween, Griffin and Sphinx. If you could have any ice and fire animal companion, what would you choose? I would have a raven.
Well, that's a good one.
I'd have a lizard lion.
It's just an alligator.
Is it, though?
Pretty much.
I'd have a
I
manticore.
What even is that?
I'd have a little Valerian.
I would have an old red man.
Old red man, just an orangutan.
Yeah.
I actually would have a little Valerian because they're so cute. They're
That
little
sounds good.
albinos with purple eyes
Cute
and they're
little
lemurs, and you can feed them snacks. That'd be awesome.
Raven sounds good. A white raven, although they're kind of snooty.
You don't want a snooty raven?
Maybe no. Give me the giant elk. Give me the great elk.
Nice. You can ride it around.
Yeah.
Don't need a car. Just need to feed it grass. Thank you, Chimichunga7547.
Thank you, Andrew Loudon.
Thank you, Zun, who says, Happy Halloween. Do you think Westeros/Planetos has a version of Halloween?
It's Halloween every day down there.
Maybe the Festival of the Stranger.
That's Halloween. People go knocking on doors and asking for candy.
Maybe. Because I think it's implied that there is like a festival for each of the gods of the seven. So, I mean, when do you do Spooky Day if not the day of the god of death, you know? Surely it's not all silent, somber prayer. Surely there's a little bit of running amok.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah. Let's say it's that.
Thank you, Georgia Will Not, who says, Hey, Glimbussy and Swiftbussy, finally caught alive. Your regular podcast keeps my graveyard shift at the distillery fun. Wondering what your favorite cocktails are. Maybe I'll get bored and create something and name it after you. Thank you for all you do, X.
That's enticing.
My favorite cocktails?
Favorite cocktail.
I mean, I like things with gin. I also like fruity sweet things. I also like bitter, dark and stormy things.
Oh, I like dark and stormy. I love a dark and stormy.
I like most things. I'm not really like a cocktail. Like, I can't name all that many.
Yeah, you're more on the
cocktails.
goon sack.
I'm more. Yeah, I'm perhaps less cultured. I'd like the kind of alcohol that comes in a bag. Because, you know, that's the culture from whence I sprang, you know?
My grandfather did that, and his grandfather before him.
Yeah.
Goon sacks all the way down.
Yeah, you know, a 4x drunk out of a boot.
A boot,
is
yes.
Is the
That's
traditional
culture.
libation of my people.
I'm partial to an espresso martini these days.
I am. Well, I'm partial to a Unicom's whack.
What the Oh, you've told me about this.
Yeah, I do enjoy a Unicom's whack. So maybe that's my final answer. Lock it in. Lock it in. Thank you, Dishistan.
Long Island iced tea, just because it's so much alcohol.
Long Island iced tea is fun because, like, if you order a Long Island iced tea, there's a very, like, broad spectrum of what you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's great.
Which is either, like,
It's like a Lucky Dip.
17 standard drinks in a glass or some, like, watered down Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
So, like, anything can happen. Like, your night can go one of 17 different directions if you order a Long Island iced
It's
tea.
really exciting.
One time I had a Long Island iced tea with mango, like actual just mango.
A
put
real
in it.
life mango.
And there were consequences to that decision.
Interesting.
Yeah. Thank you to Ledness. Thank you to Dishistan, who says, Happy All Hallows Eve, best, Globlin and Schwitch.
Thank you. Ledness says, if Germ never releases T-WoW and no one else finishes it after he's gone, would you guys start your own T-WoW fanfic like Preston Jacobs?
I don't know how to write epic fantasy novels.
Yes, and if I were to try my hand at it, I think The Winds of Winter would not be my first attempt.
Yeah. That's a little bit like if you're, you know, trying to learn how to ride a bike. And so...
Well, let's compete in the Tour de France.
Yeah.
It's like you're learning how to paint, time to do the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah, might try
Because
something...
Michelangelo died.
Something simple first, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you, Abby, who says, "Hi, Schwifto and Gletus. Opinion time."
Oh, God, hang on. Let me.
My
sit down.
favorite segment. Can you play the opinion time theme for me? We all know that Dan and Dave messed up the Dragon Show. Not to get too scary. I'm still mad they didn't do Zombie Littlefinger or Rickon in The Long Night. Who would you have preferred and why?
Hodor.
Oh no. Yeah, well, Hodor would be truly horrifying, and Hodor should have been turned into a zombie.
Yes.
So, yeah, no, you're dead right. I always thought it was confusing that there was a zombie giant in the Army of the Dead with a missing eye. And I was like, oh, it's Wun Wun, because Wun Wun had a missing eye
But
from an
Wun Wun
arrow.
died at Winterfell.
Well, he died at Winterfell, and also it was the other eye. So there were... So in the last...
Why? Why didn't they just have an awesome scene where the Night King raised Wun Wun from the dead at Winterfell?
It's so confusing that
That would have been fucking awesome.
there are two different dead giants,
Missing an eye.
two different one-eyed giants, which is what I call my penis. There are two different one-eyed giants.
We're
in the
streaming on my
story.
channel today. Can you keep it PG? Can you keep it PG-ness?
P genus. And I just find that unnecessarily confusing. I think that Zombie Littlefinger might be like the least menacing zombie imaginable.
Yeah, he rises from the dead and he says, "I'm a bit confused."
I'm a bit confused.
Whereas Zombie Rickon would be terrifying because I
This is Donny
guarantee
Thornberry.
that kid can climb up walls. Like,
Yeah.
that kid can scuttle across a ceiling like nobody's business. I mean, he just nibble you. He just nibble you to death, I guarantee it. So I think Zombie Rickon would be more entertaining and also more horrifying to witness.
But it should have been Hodor.
It should have been Hodor.
And also, like, none of these... I believe after the Battle of the Bastards, Jon Snow says to bury Rickon in the crypt. And other than that, no one else's burial is ever addressed.
Yeah, the disposal of corpses is something that they highlight when they're beyond the wall and they have to, like, burn the dead. And Ygritte says, like, oh, you better burn them, or da-da-da.
And then even after the Long Night, they burn Theon, they burn Jorah, they burn all of their dead.
After the threat
After
of the
the Long
zombies
Night.
has been eliminated, then they start to think
I
about
don't know
what they
why,
should do about
like,
the
it's
corpses.
never addressed how they dealt with Littlefinger's corpse.
Kind of forgot about.
Because, like, the Lord of the Vale has been killed in a trial at Winterfell. And, we have no idea what they did with him.
Lord of the Vale? Or was he,
the
like, the
Lord Protector
regent
of the Vale,
paramount or something?
He's a very important guy.
He didn't seem like it. You know, like,
I know, it's crazy.
a really, like, obvious thing would be that if Littlefinger has all the political power of the Vale, he should have 5 badass Vale knights standing about him at all times. Because, you know, political leaders in this world assert their authority using imagery and dudes with swords and, you know, the
Violence.
power themes from the past 6 seasons.
Yeah.
But they
Kind of forgot about.
Yeah.
I'm a bit confused. Oh.
Just press the avoid incest one.
Best season ever!
Thank you, Olivia Williams,
That
who
was the
says,
stuff.
usually I re-listen to World War Z and Death Trooper for Halloween, but this year I'm doing a Dresden Files re-listen. Yeah.
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 Yeah. I haven't seen
alright.
those stories. Is World War Z the one that was, like, published as a book that was like, here's a manual on how to survive the zombie times? And then they made a movie adaptation that involved those, like, crazy waves of hordes of zombies that looked really visually impressive. But from what I hear, had, like, almost nothing to do with the book that it used the title from.
This is what I hear also.
I might be making all of that up, but that's what I remember hearing. Hello, Henry A.M., who says...
Dear Glaka Alban and Shoal Eater, in the case of Mummy Mole, I think it's worth considering that her vision is true but misinterpreted. She sees ships come get them from Hardhome. Ships do come and get them. It's just slave ships that got there first.
Yeah, I agree. Like maybe someone misled Mother Mole with fake visions, or maybe it just is true visions that she misinterpreted, which is also something that happens a lot.
Happens a lot.
Thank you, Solil, who says, hello, Shilliber and Glad Hand. Did Santa bring you lots of spooky presents this year?
Saint Nick rode in on his bats and pumpkins and flew down the chimney and went...
I do enjoy, like, the concept of, like, the holiday cinematic universe. like speculating on like what is the relationship between Santa and the Easter Bunny, you know,
Krampus
and Krampus.
and Jason.
Like, do they all get along? Is the Hamburglar like also in that particular pantheon? I can only assume so. Thank you, Tyrion the Good, who says, millions have died. We can end this now. It's not too late, Euron. Are you referring to when Euron Greyjoy walked out of the ocean in Game of Thrones Season 8? Because that was a weird scene.
It was a weird scene. Or is it the Season 7, Episode 7 meeting?
Yeah, Euron...
When he walks into the ocean.
He's just always walking in or out of the ocean, Euron
You
Greyjoy.
never see him doing anything else.
Thank you, Brooks Garreau, who says, hello, Schwelefba.
Schwelfaber and Glimber. It's a wicked thing. Don't worry about it. It's for the girlies. I'm patiently waiting for the real Daenerys Targaryen video and the got piss takes. P.S. What are you both for Halloween?
I had a very confusing costume.
You did.
It worked on multiple levels.
But did it? It had multiple levels. I don't know if it worked on any of them.
Patiently waiting for the real Daenerys Targaryen. Wouldn't it be funny if we did the fake Daenerys Targaryen before Alt-Shift-X did the real Daenerys Targaryen?
It seems likely at the pace that guy goes.
Yeah, well, you never know.
well.
You never know. Thank you, wherever horse go.
Actually, wouldn't it be funny if I did the real Daenerys and you did, not Shift, but you did the Game of Thrones piss take so I don't have to?
Like if we just swapped jobs.
Yeah. Would anyone notice?
It would be really funny, like on April Fools, to just narrate each other's videos.
I've been thinking about that for a while. I think that could be really good.
That'd be great. What if I did an impression of Alt-Shift-X? Like, what if I narrated a Glidus video
As
in the style
Alt-Shift-X?
of an Alt-Shift-X narration?
I think that might be a bit too obvious.
What if you voiced an Alt-Shift-X video in the style of Glidus? Because you're Glidus.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Yeah, remember?
Okay.
Thank you, wherever horse go, who says, happy spooky time, Colonel Gladafi and Shwadam Hussein.
Oh my god.
Any tips to cure my insomnia? I'm up at almost 4 watching this.
Tips to cure insomnia.
I like to do the thing where I count my toes over and over until I can't count my toes anymore.
That sounds really boring.
That's how it puts you to sleep. There is a channel called Alt-Shift ZZZ, or as I like to call it, Alt-Shift ZZZ, or Alt-Shift ZZZ, which has some long, boring readings of long, boring books, such as The History of Straw Hats, which, come to think of it, is extremely relevant now that Duncan Egg is coming out.
True.
which,
There will be a straw
features
hat at some point.
Several straw hats.
And for people who fall asleep to my voice, I am uploading my entire first playthrough of Silksong to my VODs channel.
How many hours is that?
It's not 60. It's short of 60 hours.
Oh my god.
Shadow Slaver says, object. John is actually a spooky vampire when he comes back. Those must be emoji that we can't see on Streamlabs, even though Streamlabs is the best way to support.
He's going to nibble Val's neck for her blood.
That sounds really hot. Etymological Disaster says, happy Halloween! I think that Brienne finding Jaime at Pennytree in A Dance with Dragons is a reflection of her ancestor Duncan gaining his chivalry from Sir Arlen of Pennytree, but she's losing hers. Thoughts? I think that's a great idea. Yeah, where she's lying to Jaime, well, as far as we know. Oh, yeah, she's lying to Jaime to lure him to what seems like his death at the same location from whence her ancestors' chivalry springs. It's a cool observation. The Nerb88 says, Gimbadoo and Swaggy, first live stream, home on Halloween with a stomach bag? I'm sorry, that's awful. Song of Ice and Fire has so many major themes and motifs. If you had to choose one or two you find most personally compelling, which would you choose? The human heart in conflict with itself, I think, is the major one that everything falls back to. Shrift's gone somewhere. We'll have to ask him when he gets back. Major themes and motifs. Yeah. Yeah, I think George has chosen that for a reason. I think he's drawn to that because it's universally applicable. The human heart in conflict with itself. Korra Sensei says, Happy Halloween, Glidus, and Alt Shift. Alt Shift X isn't here, man. Could you talk about the travels of Arya Targaryen from Fire and Blood? It's the most terrifying story I've ever read in Ice and Fire. What do you think really happened to her, and what were those things inside her? Yeah, we were gonna talk about that when we were going through Valyria, but I guess we cut that section short to move on to something else. We could talk about any of these things for so long, man. Yes, it is very, very spooky when she comes back and there's that harrowing recollection of what it was like. What do I think really happened to Arya, and what were those things inside her? I think
Fireworms in it.
Yeah, fireworms probably. Like, was she being used as a gestation device?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yucky,
But I guess
yucky.
that raises the question, like, do fireworms always need human hosts to reproduce?
Well, that's really interesting because we've seen like human-like species things across the story using humans to like using other populations to procreate for themselves.
George Martin is a bit obsessed with the idea of non-humans breeding with humans in a weird way, in my opinion. I guess one of the things is that the fireworms, or the worms that come out of Aria, doesn't Barth say that they have like a human face? I'm assuming that they don't normally have human faces, so maybe the fact that they came out of Aria means that it's different, like they don't usually breed inside humans, so it produced something different when they did breed with humans.
Was it Balerion? Did Balerion do it?
Ugh.
Yeah. Anyway, it's sort of Sand Kings, the fireworms having
Yeah,
her face.
true. Yeah, that's what happens in George's sci-fi stories, Sand Kings, kind of. I think that, like, the point of the fireworms is that perhaps the Valyrians, or, like, the pre-Valyrian Great Empire of the Dawn or someone, may have created dragons by breeding wyverns with fireworms, because wyverns are the non-flying, non-fire-breathing reptiles, and the fireworms are the fiery worms, so 1 + 1 = dragons, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, what happened to Aria? It's
So, like, maybe what happened to Arya is what happened to a wyvern to cause the first dragon.
yeah,
Ugh.
yeah. I think that, like, the idea of, like, a human sacrifice being part of what creates the dragons, though, also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so maybe that's the role she was playing there.
It's like
Creepy.
it's like at the start of the House of the Dragon season 2 opening sequence that now has some kind of a human sacrifice that seems to result in a big lizard getting its wings, like the dragon with wings of fire. Like, maybe that's it. Maybe that is what, like, Aria was. It's the human sacrifice that resulted in the creation of dragons and the creation of dragons' connection with humans, perhaps. The Nerb88 says, Ice and Fire has so many themes and motifs. If you had to choose one or two you find most compelling, what would you choose? Most compelling themes and motifs. I mean, that's a very big, broad question. I think that, like, mistaken identity is a really interesting one. Like, I think that many of the characters in this story are trying to define who they are. And they're trying to figure out their name, they're trying to figure out their family, they're trying to figure out their values. A lot of these characters are young, it's like a coming of age thing, it's a growing up thing. And so it's interesting that identity is so important, and we see that being played with characters like Arya, who, like, takes on all these different identities, and she's a no one, and Theon, who is Reek. And the idea of, like, someone's identity becoming so, like, obscured and mysterious that they aren't even recognized by people, like when Theon fails to recognize Asher, and Asher fails to recognize Theon. So the idea of, like, mistaken identity comes up so much, and I find that really interesting. So I'm curious about how that might come up again. Thank you, Ledness, who says, "Hello, Squimbo and Flibbus. Which TV shows do you watch in your spare
Where
time?"
does Flibbus come from?
Flibbus. I recently watched Bad Sisters, and I enjoyed season 1 a lot. And I did not enjoy season 2 as much.
I recently watched Misfits for the first time, and I
Oh, really?
really, really, really liked the first 3 seasons. And from then on, I just wasn't very interested at all. And I'm currently watching through The Newsreader, which is just phenomenal.
What's the newsreader?
It's an Australian drama. It's also quite funny. Set in 1980s Melbourne. As it sort of investigates the lives and relationships of people working in a newsroom, and also cultural change and the events that went on during the 80s, and mental health. Yeah,
Cool.
it's got Sam Reed from Interview with the Vampire on it. I also watched that. It's awesome.
I watched Long Story Short, which is from the creator of BoJack Horseman.
I've been meaning to watch that. Yeah.
I do recommend Long Story Short. It's very different. It's quite different to BoJack Horseman. It's not quite as wacky, and it's much shorter, and it's more personal and more grounded, perhaps. But
Okay.
yeah, it's not quite the same thing. But I did like it, and
That
I did
sounds good.
enjoy it. Yeah.
Jordan Herzig says, "Hello, AltSpookX and Gloomdus. Happy Halloween." Thank you. Happy Halloween.
I think we're going to have to do a lightning round because I think that we may be running out of time. So we better
Yeah.
speed through some.
Oh, I do have plenty of time, but if you need to speed through this, yep.
Oh,
let's do
okay.
it.
All right. El Tamazil says, "How do you feel about the fact that you are some people, who are definitely not me, only form of experiencing George R. R. Martin's writing?"
Sometimes we're a gateway drug.
Yeah, look, if you enjoy listening to us talk about Martin's writing, I think you might enjoy reading Martin's writing.
I think you'll enjoy listening to us more if you also read George R. R. Martin's writing.
Yeah, I think it's a win-win, and I don't want to like we're not a replacement
No.
for reading.
We're a supplement, perhaps?
And if you read it yourself, you're going to discover your own relationship with
Yeah.
the writing, and you're going to discover thoughts and feelings that we can't give you, because the cool thing about art is that it's so personal.
Yeah. You get to bring yourself to it.
But also, you do you. Thank you, Graham, who says, "Happy Halloween, Gouldus and the Inshriftable Man.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Listening to you guys as I clean my old apartment. Which lord keeps the messiest castle in Westeros?" Well, it's certainly not House Broom, because that place is immaculately swept.
You would reckon. I'm like outside bet. It could be Leighton Hightower.
Oh yeah, because he's too busy
Yeah,
in his tower with the Mad Maid.
yeah. He doesn't strike me like, just from what little we know about him, it doesn't seem very fastidious.
I reckon the Dreadfort stinks, because if they're flaying people and getting blood everywhere, and if they're leaving like 100-year-old human skins everywhere, like that's just going to be awful. You ever been in like some taxidermy shop or like a leatherwork shop or like a butcher's or an abattoir? Like the Dreadfort would smell
Okay.
like an abattoir.
I get you. It would definitely smell horrible in there, but I don't think it would be messy. I think Bruce Bolton is like he's orderly.
Yeah, no, you're
I think
right.
he keeps a very tight ship, and I think that every piece of human skin is exactly where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, no, I think you did right. But I think that in the same way that you can never scrub off the stain of flaying from your white carpet, I don't think you can ever quite hide or tidy all of it. I think that there's still a stench, an inescapable stain that Bruce Bolton can't wipe away no matter how much he scrubs. That's what I reckon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Panda's Thumb, who says, "Hi, Glorb and Schlorb. What do you think about the idea of a reverse red wedding?"
Where everyone comes back to life and Edmure divorces Rosalind Frey?
Yeah, white divorce? Perhaps. Or are you thinking of, like, the idea that Stoneheart orchestrates a massacre at Davin Lannister's wedding? I think that also is very possible. I think it'll be interesting, like, where they land on, like, the feel of that, because again, like I don't think George Martin wants us to celebrate massacres. I don't think that's
and I think
what he's about.
That's gonna work because Davin Lannister is presented to us as like pretty okay. He doesn't seem like the biggest dick.
Do you think that Jaime might crash Davin's wedding in order to save him from Stoneheart? Maybe that could be interesting.
It seems like something that could happen.
Thank you, Kimberly Faye, who says, many children seem to have doomed fates. Daenerys' baby was dead for years. Jojen knows when he's going to die. Shireen's death seems inevitable. Craster's boys. What's the connection?
That the world is cruel and it's cruelest to the most innocent people.
Yeah. I think that in A Dream of Spring, like maybe a way that we can have some hope is some people might conceive some new children who might actually survive.
Have some happy births and like have lives that could actually be worth looking forward to.
And they do that in the Game of Thrones show when Sam and Gilly have a baby. You know, I think Gilly is exactly one of the sorts of characters who might have a kid that might represent some kind of actual hope.
Yeah, because Gilly comes from the most bleak of circumstances. For her to give new life to someone that like is perhaps actually going to have an okay life, I think that would be the number one sign of like overcoming the struggles of the series.
Yeah. Thank you, Gwen, who says, Happy Halloween, Gligar and Scrafty.
Scrafty!
What other A Song of Ice and Fire locations could be nuclear power reactors?
Nah, it's just Storm's End.
Ghastly Rock, House of Black and White, sex tunnels. I think...
Don't press it.
Secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret tunnels. Yeah.
Play that at our gig.
That's our answer. Is other nuclear power stations? I mean, I don't know what else, where else is power being generated? What the high tower? Where does all that
the
fire
high tower
come
is a
from?
massive glass candle, actually.
Oh, it's a giant glass candle.
I actually believe that.
Leighton Hightower is Quaithe.
I actually believe that.
Oh.
He's definitely Urathon Knight. Well, no, that's Euron.
And House Estamont is a phantom tortoise down the Warlock's way.
God, I love the Phantom Tortoises so much.
Thank you, Lord Ultraflowers, who says, the models are posted in your art section of your Discord and in the enemies got section. Please, Father, I need your approval. Well, if there's one lesson we can learn from A Song of Ice and Fire, it's that we must relentlessly seek our Father's approval at any cost.
Yes, any cost.
Thank you, Evan Irish Nesbit, who says, Hi, Shrek and Glonky. What are your theories about what Aria and Balerion encountered in the ruins of Valyria?
Oh, we already did this.
What could have nearly killed Balerion and Prometheus Aria? I mean, what could have nearly killed Balerion? There is no creature big enough to nearly kill Balerion that we know of in this world other than dragons, right?
Yeah.
It could just be a really old, really pissed off dragon, I guess.
It could be, or it could have been Valyria itself. It could have been environmental rather than,
But it was
a
claws.
predator.
It was scars.
Yeah.
Gaping claws.
Outside bet, Kraken.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about, like anything that's going to hurt Balerion has to be big. Because it talks about the claw marks in him, I think. And the only thing that's going to be, like, that big, if you look in the real animal kingdom, you're talking marine animals.
You're talking whales.
You're talking under
squids.
the sea. You're talking crackalackans. So maybe like a big clawed kraken leviathan is what got him. Because it is the Smoking Sea. Maybe some mutant kraken with claws. When the dragon and the kraken wed.
Well, that's making me think that maybe the thing in Area is also a Kraken.
Oh,
and
no.
that's the Kraken and the dragon wedding. And so all the world should beware.
Oh no. It was just the drowned god. No, it was a crab. It was a Celtigar crab.
I was going to say, it could just be a big crab, yeah.
Pincers. Snippy snip snip.
There's a lot of thought to say that lobsters don't experience biological senescence.
Senescence?
The decay of cells as age progresses.
Oh.
As in, like, we haven't quite observed natural causes being the death of lobsters, like just like dying because they got real old.
Ah.
So maybe it's a lobster that has been alive for 1,000,000 years and it's just enormous
I
because
think
they just
my-
keep molting. I don't think that's true, actually.
I think my Auntie Ruth might be a lobster.
Yeah?
Yeah, we've never observed biological senescence in
Huh.
Auntie Ruth either.
Does she keep molting?
Regularly.
Huh.
Like goddamn clockwork. Thank you, King Uncaged. He says, would A Song of Ice and Fire be more likely to be finished if George Martin stuck with the time skip? Looking back, would you have him keep it, even if it added plot holes?
It's very easy to say yes.
Yeah, it is very easy to say yes. I mean, like, I think it's obvious that part of why Ice and Fire isn't finished is because there are structural and pacing problems. And the fact that George had to, like, change the structure and the pacing by abandoning the 5-year gap surely contributed to that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that, like, the other problem is that George kept adding stuff as opposed to keeping things manageable and smaller. And so I think that if he forced himself to be disciplined by, like, not exploring and explaining everything, and by jumping forward to where he needed to be, like, yeah, maybe the time skip would have done it.
But
like,
who can blame him? And also, we have no way of telling.
and also, like, George said it didn't work. Like, George
Yeah,
said
he made that
like,
decision for a reason.
he tried to do the 5-year gap, and he found that it was just not satisfying to say, oh yes, and then this happened 3 years ago, and then that happened 2 years ago, and today things
So-
are like this.
We're waiting for the Winds of Winter, and it's been a very, very, very long wait. But if he had stuck with the 5-year gap, we might still be waiting for A Feast for Crows.
Yeah. It's impossible to say.
Beepard says, just wanted to say thank you. Y'all made me read.
Awesome.
That's epic.
Reading's pretty sweet.
We made reading happen. John Braxton says, glad to see you again, gents. If you ever come to Nashville, the dinner is on me.
Hell yeah. Thanks, John Braxton. You have no idea how much I can eat. Especially when I'm in Nashville.
Areola Grande says, you guys are the only ones I donate every chance I get. Thank you. The amount of entertainment value you guys provide is huge. Please keep doing what you guys do and make sure to keep having fun.
We forgot to have fun.
I've been having an awful time.
Thank
this
you.
entire stream.
Jesse Dempolo says, hello, Schwiftenkrantz and Guildenstern. Thanks for all the hard work over the years. Which book character who was left from the show could have helped the most to improve the later seasons? For my money, I think Stoneheart.
Delp.
I think that young Griff is one of the most notable absences. And I think that young Griff might be, and John Connington might be tied up in, like, the burning of King's Landing. Also Ariane. Like, that whole, like, Ariane, young Griff, John Con situation.
Right.
I think that may have made the whole, like, King's Landing thing make a whole lot more sense. Because I don't think Cersei was Daenerys' final boss.
I think Euron. I think if the show had had Euron, it might have been a lot better. No, actually, I've been fixated. Shock horror. I've been fixated on the end of season 6 recently, and Victarion Greyjoy missing is such a strange thing because they force Yara and Theon to go to Meereen for a single scene before sending them back to Westeros, and it's like Theon has nothing to do with the Meereen plot and everything to do with the Winterfell plot.
Yeah, it's very
And
weird.
it's just,
yeah.
it's fucking bananas.
Yeah, no,
But
you're
like
so
Victarion's
right.
probably not the number one guy to include if I could pick anyone.
Yeah, but you can really see how George created these characters to solve these problems.
Yeah.
You know, and D&D were like, let's just not
Let's
solve
get
those
rid of all of them.
problems. I don't want to have to cast a whole new person. Let's just leave the problem in. Thank you, Ezekiel Snow, who says, I prefer donating through Streamlabs, but I realized that for some reason I can't tip to Sucrose since I tried on the Ranking Duncan Egg and I couldn't since I can't use PayPal. Also, for some reason, my login is bugged.
But you have donated through Streamlabs.
Look, computers are mysterious and unknowable, and I wish every day to throw them all into the sea. Thank you, Streamlabs Donation Lover 32, person after my own heart, who says, Guna and Shaft, happy pumpkin spice latte season.
Please don't call me that.
Have $5 to help you avoid incest.
Thanks God. Go on.
Avoid incest at all costs.
I really needed that. I don't think I was going to be able to avoid incest without that $5.
He was wavering. I could see it.
I had a pumpkin spice bagel.
Whoa.
It's fucking awesome. It had maple syrup and pecans. Oh,
I don't want to like break character right now, but I'm so fucking
Oh, I'm
hungry.
starving.
I am so...
Don't worry, I think we're almost at the end.
Thank you, Ezekiel Snow, who says, like, I cannot remember what food is like, but I know it's going to change my life. Speaking of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, I still think it should have been named the Hedge Knight. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is not as good as the Hedge Knight. I want my medieval fantasy shows to all have dumb abbreviations. Got and Hot D fit so well with THK.
Thuk,
Thuk.
as opposed to a Kotska.
What about Thunk?
I also think that the Hedge Knight is probably a more thematically appropriate name for the Dunk and Egg stories, because that's what Dunk is. That's what it's about. He is a Hedge Knight. He's the Hedge Knight.
I think that Dunk and Egg is like the only name that makes sense to me. I think that the reason they went with A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is because it has 7 kingdoms in it, so it is
So
more
everyone
obvious
knows.
that it's Game of Thrones. But of
Right.
course, I think if you pick people off the street, most people don't know that 7 kingdoms means Game of Thrones. Like, most casual fans, doesn't necessarily click with them. So, yeah, I think the Hedge Knight may have been a better title. But, you know, people are going to call it what they're going to call it. Like,
Yeah.
the official name might not matter all that much, because, like, when they see it on their streaming site or they see an ad or whatever, like, it'll say Game of Thrones, so they'll know it's Game of Thrones, you
Yeah.
know? So I don't know if the title even matters all that much. I mean, we have an extremely stupid title for this live stream, and, like, does that matter? The algorithm decides what we see. Titles don't matter.
Yeah.
So praise Algo. Praise Algo.
The thumbnail's more important than the title.
Thank you, Ray. I don't know how Ray did that, but there's some like
very
incredible decoration. Like, I don't know what kind of ASCII sorcery you've done, but like it's
great. We support it.
it's like the medieval calligraphy illuminated manuscript of YouTube names, and I'm impressed. I wish a pleasant All Hallows Eve to my favorite Ice and Fire channels, Schwannable Lecter and Glack the Ripper.
Hey, nice.
I have no question, just wanted to say hi.
Hi, Ray.
Glack the Ripper.
Yeah, you better watch out.
Thank you, Heather, who says, I'm very grateful that I can listen to this stream while I roll silverware for the next 3 hours.
Is that a thing, or have you just, like, noun verb? Have you verb noun?
Roll silverware. Do
Is
you
that
mean
how
like,
a thing is done?
is that like a way of like polishing silverware?
Is it how it's made?
I'm very curious. If someone in the chat can enlighten us about rolling silverware, I'll be very interested to know.
Being told that it's a thing.
Thank you, Dwai and Jasmara, who says, Hi Glus and Sus, love from Indonesia, you'll have been the best. There's a character caps and I don't know what to say, so I'm a scream.
Ah! Thank you for going to the character limit. Emma Ordway says, Hi Shroopengloop, I'm too drunk to ask a question, but you guys are awesome. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween, everyone. Streaming on Halloween was such a great idea.
Oh my god, it was.
Insert first name here, insert last name here is back and says, Nice job, Gliders. Better luck next time, Swift. Here's half the reward for half the correct answer. Do you remember what we said?
No! Thank you, Bane's Basement, who says, Hi Glacula and Swankenstein.
Actually, Schwankenstein's a monster.
Thank you, Plummy05, who says, Been into Ice and Fire theories for 12 years now, and Quinn recently published the best theory I've seen for Benjen and Mormont's.
It's a
Pro.
pretty good theory. It's a raven. It's a pretty good theory.
I gotta say, it's a little bit confusing that we've got Quinn the GM and we've got Quinn's Ideas, who both are YouTubers who have made Ice and Fire videos. It's a bit confusing.
Yeah, one of them, I think I'm going to have to petition one of them to change their names. Or at least Quinn's Ideas got out of the Ice and Fire hole. And it's climbed into better and lovelier places.
I mean, mad respect for Quinn's Ideas deciding when enough was enough and then
Yeah.
doing something else and kicking ass at it.
Whereas we're still down here in the charnel pits.
In the Valyrian mines beneath the 14 flames. Thank you, Silly Rat, who says, Hey Glimbus and Swifteroni.
Silly rat.
What Game of Thrones houses would you say hand out the best candy? Who gives the full-size chocolate bars and who gives toothbrushes?
Tyrells.
Stannis Baratheon gives out toothbrushes and the
No,
Tyrells...
Stannis Baratheon tells you to fuck off.
Yeah, he doesn't even have decorations on his dragon castle, his gargoyle dragon castle that he's leaves
Ned
it
Stark
undecorated.
gives you like a single fantail or warhead or like hard candy, like toffee or something.
Yeah, hard candy.
Like he thinks he's being really good, but like it's just a single piece of something that, you know,
for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matthew. And like Euron just gives you like a.
Oh, Euron stabs you.
It's candy with a razor blade in it. Thank you, Matthew Shoemaker, who says, I should have assumed you guys wouldn't know much about mixed martial arts, but I appreciate you guys reading my super chat. I've been listening to y'all for years and many hours, so to hear y'all say my name is awesome. Much love from the States.
Thank you, Matthew Shoemaker.
Much love, Matthew. Old Shift Flowers says, Father and father's roommate, happy Halloween. Do you think a grayscale plague is coming in winds? How will it affect things? XX. I think that George has been talking a lot about grayscale in the Sorrows and elsewhere for a reason. And I think there will be a plague. And I think it's part of the apocalyptic vibe that the Winds of Winter brings. Famine, pestilence, plague, death, all those things. It's going to add to like the scale of the horror. It'll add to the body count. I mean, what happens if like a stone man gets raised by the White Walkers? Like what's the intersection of White Walkers and grayscale plague? I think that could be interesting and definitely horrifying.
Yeah. I would weigh in, but this was addressed to you and your roommate, so...
Well, I'll ask my roommate later. I'm very curious to know. It would be very funny if, like, the grayscale plague killed the White Walkers in the same way that, like,
That'd be
Earth
cool.
germs kill the aliens in War of the Worlds. Like, wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
The White Walkers all just die as a result of a random disease. That'd be great. Thank you, Carrie Doan, who says, just told the story of Arya Targaryen as a campfire story. Can you guys think of another spooky A Song of Ice and Fire story that's worse? Thanks for all you do. Well, the Night Fort and the Night's King are pretty scary. Hardhome's pretty scary, and the squishes that go squish, squish, squish in the night.
The Forsaken chapter is very scary, but as a campfire story, it lacks an ending.
It's a bit long, and it requires a bit of context.
Yeah, I couldn't, and like, you couldn't pair a guitar with it beforehand.
Thank you, Brandon the Bard, who says, hello, Globes and Shaft. Thanks for adding my comfort playlist with another live. You boys make me smile. I'm eagerly and patiently awaiting the inevitable heraldry ranking stream one day.
God.
It's going to be a banger.
It's so funny that, like, logically, that should have been the second or third thing we ever did.
There's a lot of low-hanging fruit that we are stubbornly not plucking.
Yeah, instead, we're pulling the strangest vegetables out of the ground you ever seen.
Bizarre foods. Thank you, Madeline, who says, cheers for a spooky Halloween. Could Bloodraven have predicted the other's awakening and arranged for Dany to get the eggs as a countermeasure?
Like, sure.
I think the Bloodraven would rather hatch the eggs himself. Like, Targaryens usually don't choose to give other Targaryens all their power. Targaryens tend to think that they themselves
are
the chosen one, or like at the most that their child is the center of the universe. I'd be surprised if Bloodraven's like, yes, my great granddaughter is this 13-year-old girl. I should give her the nuclear weapons. I mean, but
well, he's stuck in a tree.
He's stuck in a tree, and also, like, Daenerys does have a fair amount of prophecy aura around her, so she might be the one. So who knows?
Bloodraven's watching from north of the wall, thinking, the aura on that one, this will do.
Well, that's how he chose Bran and Euron.
Rhaegar didn't have the right aura.
Thank you, Eli, who says,
icky.
here's some tinfoil. Maybe there are still blood mages in the ruins of Valyria.
Sure.
And Euron met them and gave them noogies to extract secrets. Thank you, Kennard, who says, hello, Shwookie and Glimbone. Do you want a Bridge the Forsaken chapter together as a Halloween Part 2 episode?
That sounds good.
Much love and congrats for powering through all these super chats.
Thank you.
Enjoy the foots of your work.
It's the hardest part of what we do.
We always enjoy the foots. Thank you. I mean, Forsaken chapter chat would be awesome for sure.
Yeah.
That would be awesome for sure. Thank you, Kimber, who says, was Night's King a bastard Stark named Jon Snow? Val says it's an evil name. See, I kind of want to think that the Night's King's name was Bran Stark, but I mean, Old Nan just tells us that that's the case in the text, so maybe that's a, what's the term? A red herring. And so, yeah, maybe it is Jon Snow.
Blue sturgeon.
A blue sturgeon.
It's a green flounder.
Yeah, so that makes a certain amount of sense. It does. I think there will be revelations about the Night's King.
Haven Rivers says, "Hello, Uncle Glim, Bionicle, and Alt Shrimmington. Do you have a favorite non-fantasy movie or series? What about a favorite Bionicle? Lastly, what type of bending would you like to have if you're an avatar?" My goodness, we're
Those
going
are
all over the shop
the
today.
3 best questions I've ever heard. I recently saw the movie The Favourite with Olivia Colman, directed by
She's
Yorgos. What's his
wonderful,
name?
isn't she?
She is wonderful. And The
That's
Favourite...
the film for which she won an Academy Award, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah, well, she earned it. I highly recommend The Favourite. My favourite Bionicle is Gali, the blue Bionicle. And the type of bending I would like to do is ink bending. So I can steal all the ink from all the books in all the libraries, and then no one will ever read a book again.
That is such an evil plan. That's incredible.
I'm a bit confused.
What about you?
Speaking of Olivia Colman, I just watched through Broadchurch, and I really liked that. Probably not my favorite thing of all time, but I really liked it. Favorite Bionicle? You again asking me to choose between my children. No, I can't do it. I'm sorry. And the type of bending, look, it's always been air for me.
I was bending air the other day. In fact, I was breaking it. Farts.
Heather is done rolling silverware. Thanks for your service.
Where
No
did you
worries.
roll it, Heather?
That's crazy.
Thank you, Monka, who says, I've rewatched Game of Thrones about 5 times this year, and I usually skip the sex scenes on rewatch. Do you think there are others like me, or does that contribute to the show's success? Love you both.
It did contribute to the show's success. Let's not mince around here, but there are definitely people like you.
I skip all the scenes that aren't sex scenes.
Yeah, and there are people like that as well.
Thank you, Gloop, who says, hi, Shongle and Glongle. Thank you, Cuckoo Churro, who says, something that not many seem to find scary is Arya's situation with the Faceless Men, treating it like something cool and not like the freaky death cult that destroys a person's identity. Also a shy. Spooky.
Yeah, that's spooky stuff. No, you're dead right. The House of Black and White, the Faceless Men are a death-based improv cult. And all of that is terrifying.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the camp of maybe brainwashing a child into becoming a murderer.
An
for
improv
a
comedian.
Cult. Yeah, I think that like is maybe like not a good thing, but you know that's just me. Finally, thank you, Blimbers, who says, Glimp and Shrimp, you keep me awake at 7 a.m. Help.
Time to start the day, Blimbus.
Sending you some Z's, Blimbus. Sending you some fresh Z's. All right, I think that it's a biological necessity that we wrap this up now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody, for listening.
This was wonderful.
Subscribe to Glidus. Come and see Glidus's band Materia.
Yeah, man. Come say hi.
Tickets in
What's
the
up?
description. I've got to go. We've got to go. This was great.
Are you scrolling Uber Eats right now?
I can't even tell. I don't even. I've got. There's a lot going on. I've had a delightful time streaming with you today, Glidus.
I'm so happy that it's over.
I've had a delightful time.
Time to inhale an entire buffet.
Like and subscribe. Moss and Rock.
Nice.
10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Pop.
Pop. Pop what? Pop what?